We are live for day. Let's check the calendar. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is Thursday, which in my house we call Thor's Day, just because it sounds better. So, welcome to day 4 of Amplify Your Message. I am your host, Laura Lake, and I'm going to do it slightly differently today because my co-host is doing a couple tech things behind the scenes at the moment. I'm going to start with myself as introductions. So, for those who have never met me, yes, I am the host here at Blue Talks Amplify Your Message. But I also do my own thing. I stand for what I call courageous connection. And really what that looks like for people that I work with is they go, I want more clients. How do I get more clients? I know I need to tell my story to get more clients. But what they don't know is in order to tell their story and to courageously connect with their audience as human beings, we have to talk about mental health and vulnerability. So that's where I come in, as we take your stories, we get into your human aspect so that you can speak to their human aspect and really create those relationships so you can create clients instead of finding the clients. It takes more work, but it feels so much better. So much better. So, is my co-host ready? I don't see her yet. I'm just going to pick on her just a little bit because we do have our first guest behind the scenes. Just give me thumbs up, both of you, if you're ready to join me on stage. Like a physical. Okay. Are you ready, Dr. Angeline, too? No, not yet? Okay. We'll give her a minute. That's fine. So welcome, Bhavya. Thank you for being here with me and for playing with us behind the scenes to try to figure this out. There's always something. Always something.
Hi, Laura. Oh my God. It's such a pleasure and an honor. And I'm loving how Mercury retrograde is playing with us.
I know you were saying that behind the scenes, and I was like, of course it's Mercury retrograde. I mean, I don't follow that stuff, but then when people say it, I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense. All this craziness happens.
It helps
Okay.
because then, we don't panic or anything. Then we're like, okay, I know we'll figure it out, but at least, then we don't go into, oh my God, what do I do? So like Mercury retrograde. Okay.
So I'm gonna preface this to the viewers here by saying I have met you in person at Harvard. That was absolutely lovely because I didn't meet any of the Blue Talks people except for Corey in person before. And then to meet you at Harvard in this new place, in this new city, in a new country for me, I was like, I don't know. And then this random person comes up to me as if they know me. And then I went, oh, I know them too. It was so cool. I loved it.
Yeah, I loved it how I went because I had seen you on screen and I
Yeah.
went, Laura, because I knew it was you. So I was like, Laura. And then you look like, how does this person know me? And
I
then you're
get
like,
that
oh
a
my
lot
God.
though. They're like, they act as if they know me forever. And I'm like, I don't know who they are. But it's just because my brain takes a little bit longer to connect those dots. So before I ask you my favorite question, which I'm pretty sure you know what's coming, are we ready now, Dr. Angeli? Okay, awesome. I want to know a little bit about you, Dr. Angeline, so that we know where you're coming from with your questions today. Because we can't just have a random stranger start to ask questions. Oh, you're on mute.
Good
There you go.
morning. Good morning. So we can't have a random stranger like you did to
Whoa.
me just start asking me all these questions, but it was so cool and so great. So good morning. I am, and I apologize for all the computer glitches and all of that crazy stuff. But I am Dr. Angeline Dean. I'm coming from a space of healing, wholeness with a W. As Laura, my work centers around racism and disrupting systems and helping our next generation and future generation understand systems and the interconnectedness of self and systems.
I love this. I can't wait. So, Bhavya, let's start off the interview with my favorite research question, which is this. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
I'm going to share with you what people say about me.
Okay, no. That's what most
Yeah.
people think I'm asking, but I want to know what you want them to say about you. Slightly different.
Okay.
If it's the same, then great. But if it's different,
No, because people don't, I'm kind of like a very private person. So people normally don't know me a lot. But when they get to know me, then they see that side of me. So one would be witty. So
yeah.
I have a sense of humor, um, calm, and supportive.
So witty, calm, and supportive.
Hmm.
I know. How does it feel to be on the other end of this, Dr. Angeline? Seeing me like mess other people up right at the beginning. Okay, so Fabia, it's all playful and fun. So
Yeah.
how does the words witty, calm, and supportive, how do they play a role in the core message that you have for people?
Okay. So I help, and I loved what Dr. Angeline said because, and I was like, wow, there are no coincidences in life, and it has to be synchronicity because I'm all about the same message.
Mhm.
And when you were speaking, because my book is coming out on December 10th.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And it is called Worthy to Be Me.
Oh,
Mhm.
That
Mhm.
is the theme that the book revolves around. Yes, it's a self help memoir, but we learn from our experiences
Mhm.
and then we lead through example. So that's what the book is about. And these three words are really beautifully woven into my message because without a sense of humor, you cannot live life because life can throw curveballs at you. So we go through whatever we go through, we keep calm, we learn the lessons, and then we move forward in life. And when we are able to do that, because we have been through that, there is empathy that comes in, and that empathy becomes instrumental in supporting others who are going through the roller coaster of life.
Mhm.
So, so I don't know, Laura, did I answer your message?
of course you did. But that's the fun part of the question. Is I already know that the answer is yes, that they play a role. I want to know how you see it from your perspective, because I know that everybody here who has a message and has these three words that they want other people to see them as, there's always a story behind it. So I want to know what your story is, Bobby. Why are you in this space of worthy of being me, that whole self-identity, which tends to be a pattern this whole week?
Beautiful. Okay. And it's very interesting behind the scenes we were talking about Wicked. That is worthiness is the theme for that movie too. So, it's all synchronicity.
Mm-hmm.
This is a theme that's working on, the global consciousness, so as to speak. So to tell you a little bit about myself, in a nutshell, I was born in the 60s and in a very conservative, patriarchal society of India. And while growing up, there were a lot of labels, there were a lot of taboo subjects, there was a lot of like women, girls were born and they were brought up, they were groomed to be good daughters, good wives, good mothers, good daughter in laws. That is what their identity was. So, born in that, I was very rebellious because I couldn't understand why boys got treated differently than girls. I didn't understand why my relatives would tell my mom, give her less to eat because otherwise she'll grow. So I couldn't understand why the boys got better food. And I was like, ooh, I want to eat that. And I used to compete. I used to compete because I thought I was not less than the boys. So growing up like that, thankfully, my parents, with time, they became more supportive. Their thought process, everything changed. So they became my biggest supporters. However, that journey from childhood, I used to, and I haven't because it's a small book, so I haven't mentioned it all in details. This will come in my next like full memoir. But in India, there was this punishment, right? I used to get beaten up. Like I have seen the belt many times because girls were not supposed to ask questions. There was this image the girls were supposed to fit into that. You have to be submissive. You cannot question authority. And thankfully, my father was not like that. But the dads in those times, they had a very formal relationship with the children. They didn't talk much. The mother was the go in between, between the father and the children. So growing up in that kind of an environment, and then going on and becoming a flight attendant, which was, believe me, it was a big no-no because good girls from good families do not go into this profession. Went into theater, again, a big no-no.
No, can't tell you ever did theater.
Then, because I didn't want to marry somebody I was told to get married to, married out of religion. All these things actually are a first in both my father and mother's side lineage. So I was really rebellious. I kept pushing forward. And then, the marriage didn't work out. It's a different story. So it was an abusive marriage. I was the first one to get a divorce with my two little girls. I was a single parent. I moved out of India, came to Canada, and now my daughters are 28 and 30. And, I have a successful business. So I was working here. I was in the hospitality industry. 2013, I got laid off. And then I was like, oh my God, like, what do I do? I have children. I have a mortgage. So initially, for like 3 months, I was in like a panic mode that I don't have anybody. Who do I rely on? But then, I stood up on my feet again and became an entrepreneur. And I have been into healing, like dedicated into healing for 27 years. And I am a mastery coach and a transformation expert. And I'm happy to be the guide for people because I've been in the pits. As my friend once said, that you're in the pits, you can only go up from here. So if I can do that, anybody can. So that is my purpose. That's my message. And, I am blessed and honored to hold space for others who are ready to take responsibility for their lives.
Oh, can I say something?
Of course. I was like, I can see it on your face. Just go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you for sharing, first and foremost. Thank you for being rebellious. Yay. So, and when you said about the pit, we have something in like my culture and my religion, we say from the pit to the palace, right? There is that story. And it's all a part of the purpose, right? It's all a part of the journey to become worthy. You're already, I'm not even going to say to become worthy, to being worthy. You were worthy even when you didn't feel worthy. You were worthy even when you were being rebellious. You were worthy even enough to have the father that you have, because I thought about it when you said that, right? We used to always hear children should be seen and not heard. And that's almost
Absolutely.
like what you're saying. Yes. And so my father too was just the opposite. He would start debates and he was like, I always want you to know that you can have an opinion. It is okay for you to have an opinion. But I also want you to know how to not so much defend, but support your own opinion, even if it's not like everyone else's. And that's okay. So I so appreciated hearing you hearing you say that, and just hearing the word worthy, right? There's so much power packed in that, especially for young girls who are taught with all these images and self-images and social media and music and all of this nonsense of how they're not worthy, how they're less than. So thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for recognizing that you too, ma'am, are worthy. Yes.
Thank you so much. And if I can I share, Laura, something? Because can I real quick share something?
Can you what?
Yes.
Can I real quick share something?
Yeah, like I'm not sure where you're going, but like
Yeah.
as long as you're not like buy all my stuff. Here's my no.
No. So this is something since 2010 I have been like, oh, I have to write a memoir, but then I looked at my life. I'm like, yeah, I'm in a very good space. My story is not important. It doesn't matter, this happened to me. I'm sure people know and nobody cares. So I wrote 2 chapters and hint of chapters, and then I just shelved the idea because I thought my story was not important enough. And now, with what's going on in the US, with the women's right and all, right? The reproductive rights. And I'm very passionate about women's right and women empowerment because of, my journey, my experience. And when the results came in, I'm in Canada. So, if you think about it, it's like, well, it's not my monkey or my, whatever. But being a mother of 2 girls and going through what I went through and seeing the change from when I was born and, how women before me or our generation were fighting for women's right. And then seeing what's happening in the US, because the world looks up to the US. This was the time. This is what set me on fire. I was like, I cannot sit on this anymore. I have to write it. I have to publish it. So really, that is the theme, because I feel we have a responsibility towards the younger generation. They need to see that they are worthy. They deserve everything they want, and they do not have to be subservient simply because their mothers or the previous generation or the religion, whatever. Like, there are so many components. So that was the whole reason. I was like, no, I have to do this. Let's go.
No, I love hearing about that fire behind making the decision, because I know many people watching this or even being interviewed here, some people have that message, but they're just getting started sharing it because they're so afraid of being vulnerable, or they're so afraid of being seen as an imposter, or just that pushback that could happen by speaking your mind and saying the things that you feel you're worthy of. There's still so much resistance there. So what would you say to people in that space, feeling the resistance, but still on that journey of feeling worthy enough to take that step and to share their message?
I think you ladies will love it. That is the tagline: dare to shatter the mold.
Nice.
Because it takes courage, yes, but it's our life. We don't want to live our, later on with the regrets that, oh, I could have done something, or I could have spoken up, or I could have been somewhere else in line. So the message in this is to embrace who you are and find that voice. I have actually in this book, I went completely all out. I have written an open letter to women. That's what the book starts with. Because this was really, it was the fire in me and the passion why I'm doing this. That open letter talks all about it. It's, women are not less than anyone. Women are not weak. We are not speaking up because we haven't found our voice yet. It's not like we don't know what to say. We haven't found our voice yet. And it takes courage, because when you have been brought up with so much of don't do this and not this. And oh, you don't look nice. And oh, why don't you change that? So there's so much of denial and so much of rejection. This is what we, and normally it's not even people trying to do that to us, it's just in the society, it's in the system. And this is how we grow up. We are always, nobody else, even when nobody else is telling us any of this, we are the ones who find faults with ourselves. We are looking at, oh my God, I'm too fat. Oh, am I looking good in the camera? Is my hair okay? What will the other person say? Oh my God, her nose is this. And other person, you look beautiful, Laura. The other
go
person,
girl.
and other person has no clue because they are in their own, pardon my French, I don't know, can I use it? They're in their own bleep. So, but we think that we are being judged, but though the whole time we are judging ourselves because of the way we have been brought up, because of what we have seen while growing up. So, that is my message, that you are beautiful as you are. Stand up tall, and you are unique. You might think that this is a shortcoming. It's not. It's your uniqueness that makes you special. So don't hold back. Accept yourself, embrace your power, and speak up. Because just by being born, you are worthy.
That's right. So we have an organization here where I live in New Jersey, and that's what the name of it, Born Worthy. And she works with young Black girls actually to help them understand that you're already born worthy. And it's phenomenal. Those young girls, they are phenomenal to see them at a young age already learning their giftings and their craftings and their purpose. And it's amazing to watch. And I think, if I hear you correctly, some of that core part is what I hear when you say embrace who you are. Part of the problem is too many don't know who they are. And I'm not sure if you found that in your work, in your transformation work. They don't know who they are for whatever reason, right? That's not blaming anybody, for whatever reason. And they still need somebody sometimes to help them navigate these paths and navigate the things that life is throwing at them is not always the greatest, and not understanding why these things are happening, but also finally coming to a realization that all things are working together, whether they're good, they're bad, they're not. And I love what you said too, because I had to realize when writing my story that it wasn't just my story. It was somebody else's story too. And when we take the freedom to become vulnerable, we open up the freedom in somebody else. I don't know. Do you find that as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think you guys are going to love the book because what you are saying, this is what it is built upon. This is what it is built upon. It takes courage to write a memoir because, you're being vulnerable. And I think that was one of the reasons that I was holding back. And I have known Laura, I think we have known each other since 2020.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 or 4 years. I lost count. The years have kind of smushed together now.
Yeah. And I know with the pandemic also, you're like, it was a different time zone or dimension altogether. So I had been talking about writing the memoir.
Yes.
But, that courage was missing because I was writing and then I was taking a step back because I was like, oh, you know what? I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. It's my life, yes, and I'm trying to see other person's perspective. When the healing happens, you're on the other side of it and everything, your lens changes. So I wrote this book not as a victim, but I also looked at where other people were coming from. So the whole idea was not to, point fingers or say, oh, I became this because of this person. That was not the thing. And I'm very grateful for all these people, for the roles they played in my life, because had it not been for them, I wouldn't have recognized how strong and kick-ass of a person I am.
Mm-hmm. So true.
Yeah. And so this is in my work. That's what I do. I don't work with children, but with adults, who are more kind of like, I'm done with this nonsense in my life, and I want to take charge, and I don't feel worthy. I don't think there's anything going on with me. So I work with them. That is where I bring in energetics, because of I'm a Reiki master teacher, Akashic record teacher, a shaman. Like, I've done all of that work while I was on my own inner journey of healing. So I bring all that work in. And then I'm also a certified mastery coach. Where that helps me is that I bring in psychological, neuroscience, all these tools. And I'm also a breathwork facilitator. So customizing what one wants or needs, I bring in whatever is needed, meet the person where they are, and from there, help them move forward. Because there's no cookie cutter way of doing this kind of work. So yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. I can relate to it.
Yeah. And I would even possibly challenge you to think, even though you say you don't work with children, when you're working with your women, the child comes out.
Oh, absolutely. I
Yeah.
meant, like, children, because
I know what you meant. I know what you meant, but I was thinking, right? It's
yeah,
because it stems from that child in us
absolutely.
that we are still working with when we're working with the various layers that
Yeah.
we have to help them shed or help them embrace or
Yeah.
help them
Inner child healing is inner child healing. You
Yeah.
cannot start without going into the childhood.
Oh,
So,
I just
yeah.
Yes,
But
I
yes.
just
I meant
realized two things.
children.
I
I
know
meant
what
children.
you meant. I know you meant little children, but I also wanted to bring into the conversation that we really are still dealing with little children in a
Absolutely.
different whole, from a whole different perspective. No, I
Yeah.
got you. But
My
yeah.
my daughter, she is an ECE. So we talk a lot about children and all of that. And then, I'm sharing with her, how she can help. So when you are saying children, in my head, I'm thinking of all those little kids she works with. And that's the best age. And I really, really hope, they this is sorry.
No stories.
I'm just moving on a different tangent here, but I really think that this is something that healthy habits and conditioning and all of that should start at school level. I think that the schools should introduce something where, children they know that they're worthy, because that is the foundation. Because us adults are actually big children. We're nothing else but big children, throwing tantrums when things don't go our way and getting angry and all of that. But yeah, I think this should, moving forward, they should do something, introduce some programs for children in schools, and help them, see who they are, and so they can be confident from the get-go.
So, Bhavya, I noticed two things as you were sharing, and I got excited and I almost cried once, because the first thing I noticed was the way that you are showing up right now is a complete transformation from when I met you a couple years ago at Boston.
Oh, wow.
Because, okay, here's the shift. I just want to reflect it back at you. You used to describe yourself as all of those different titles. And now you're like, here's that emotional basis for what I do with a concept around it. And I express that through all of my different skills.
Yes.
And I'm like, yes. Like, I just want to scream from the rooftops, because everybody watching live in the replay, and you, Dr. Angeline, too, do you feel how much more powerful that is than just saying I'm a Reiki master, I'm a mastery transformational coach, I'm, all these other titles, which I'm pretty sure I got a couple of them wrong, but that's fine, because we know Bhavya as a human being now, that she stands for that worthiness. Here's why she stands for the worthiness, and here's how she helps you with the skills that she has.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I know I feel it. Yeah, I do. I feel it coming and just like illuminating from you, even in your presence. You can tell that you've done the work, you've done the journey, right?
Oh,
Yeah, especially how you describe yourself. You know, oh, I'm kick ass. I was like, go ahead, girl. So I was like, okay. But and it showed to me like, yeah, that's part of that transformation work. And
Yeah.
and that's to be celebrated. Congratulations, because that's hard work.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, the second thing I noticed, sorry, before we get into it, is you were talking about the inner children and how they are worthy. I just realized as you were speaking that I have the 6-year window where I don't remember my childhood. There's just a few memories that I have, but I have a whole bunch of memories when I was little. I just don't remember this window. And I'm working on my worthiness. As you were talking, I realized that that inner 8-year-old that wasn't able to talk to me and I was trying to do that inner healing work, that's the one who has the worthiness issue. And she's finally starting to talk to me again. And I just realized that connection. So thank you for that. I am so appreciative.
I love you, Laura.
I can feel it open already. And she's just like, I think I'm ready to talk. So thank you.
Laura, I love too seeing your breakthroughs.
Isn't it nice?
Yeah.
And then I'm not afraid to share because I know that vulnerability matters. Yeah.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. When I went back and listened to one of your shows, and I'm just watching even how you are, I don't know if you do this daily or whatever, but you are transforming through all of these conversations. And I think that's powerful too. I also want to say, as someone who is a professor and who has done teaching, I don't want to put all that responsibility on the schools and the teachers. Absolutely not. I submit that this work begins when the child is in the womb.
Yeah.
Before they even come forward. And if the parent is working on themselves and then can speak life over their womb, what a better head start that child is going to have coming forward. I've seen it too many times. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
Dr.
awesome.
Angeline, can I mention something here? Because I love it. You are from that industry, so you would completely understand this. I feel as parents, and again, it comes from, the upbringing and the conditioning and all of that, because we all are, there's nothing wrong. There's no judgment about it, but we all are broken in some way.
Yes.
And it is about, instead of suppressing, instead of hiding that brokenness, it is about embracing all parts of ourselves.
Yes.
And I feel, because my daughter works in that industry and, she works with children. So when I hear the stories, I feel, because we cannot say that this person is not doing it right or this is how it should be. I wish life came with a manual that we could, you go, okay, page this. Okay, let's see. In this scenario, what can we do? I feel because the parents at time are so wrapped up in their own stuff that they don't even know what effect that is having on the child or where the child is being ignored. Because I feel the best thing that you can give, the best kind of healing you can give to a child and tell them that they don't have to worry about their safety and security. They don't have to go into survival mode. Is just being present for the child. A hug goes a long way.
Yes.
A hug. When your child is talking to you, being fully present and listening to them instead of and you're not listening. So the child knows that they have to do something to get the parents' attention. And that something can show up in different ways which don't actually work out because their habits are being formed. And these small things can result into small traumas.
Yes.
And it just, everything is just building up because childhood is the foundation. So I feel it's like it's a circle,
Mhm.
because the parents, while they're working on themselves, because the child is dependent on them, so they have a responsibility towards the child too. So while they're working on their own thing, they still have a responsibility towards the child, instead of thinking, oh, I'm dealing with too much, I cannot deal with this right now, because I've seen people do that too.
Mhm.
And then the child, yes, I completely agree, the child wants all, the full attention. And when that is there, the child feels heard. The
Mhm.
child feels seen. The
Mhm.
child feels appreciated.
Mhm.
And that's where they start believing that they are worthy,
Yes.
because what they are saying is not a waste of time, it's not a waste of energy. Being seen, being heard means that they belong. Then they do not look towards the outside world for validation.
Mhm. Mhm. I fully, totally agree. And yet, in addition, I just think about my own childhood and my relationship with my father. My father, because he was on the road, right? So sometimes there are those barriers, if we're real, that they can't give you the full attention all the time, right? And so where all of that, I fully agree. I also have to know and think about the clientele that I work with. A lot of times they're working 2 and 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their children's head. They're working 2 and 3 jobs just to keep food on the table and clothes on their back. But I remember with my own dad, he thought enough that it was important enough to even schedule time, because he was a trucker for a while when he was on the road. But when he came home, nothing else mattered. His family and his children had his undivided attention. And we would sit and just have conversations for hours. And he would always ask, well, why do you believe that? And what was really interesting is maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, one of my friends, we began to have a conversation and just began to examine, why do you think that way? Is that like, where did that thought come from? Like, is that something that was instilled into you? And is that how you still feel right now? So even all of that growing, I do that sometimes with my little nephew. I'm like, well, why do you think like that? Like, tell me why you believe that. What made you think that? Would you consider even just asking them a myriad of questions, right? Gets that whole imagination going. And I love that, the fact that they can imagine and they can be children. When I see that, it makes my heart smile. But I want to also ask you, Laura, when I heard Bobby talking about the brokenness,
Oh,
I will never forget something you said to me, and I'm like, nope, she gotta say it. And so she has to share it. Your concept of brokenness, the diamond, and the sparkle.
ooh, okay. That might have to be further conversation because we are running a bit late. But
Okay.
I make sure I talk about it though.
Okay.
But Bhavya, it is technically the time we're supposed to end your interview, but we don't even know where to find you or your favorite way to communicate. Like, how do we find you?
Or to get that book, Fabia.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Laura, I don't know, are you going to post it there? I have sent some information to you,
Oh.
but yeah, the book is called Worthy to Be Me.
Mm-hmm.
And it is launching on Amazon on December 10th. And there will be a pre-launch before that. So next week sometime there will be the pre-launch. And also you can find me on, so my full name, Bhavya Gaur. So that's B-H, so B as in Bob, so as you see my name here,
Mm-hmm.
Bhavya. And the last name is GAUR.com. And right now, that will point you towards my other website, which is kindredsouls.com. And I don't know if I put it here in the chat. I don't think, Laura, everybody will see it. But
If you put it in the comments section, everybody will see it, but not the private chat.
okay, so I'm gonna, I have to join the chat first. Okay.
Oh, it's all good. I don't see your end. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay. So,
That's okay. You can always go into any of the lives and put it in the comments as well.
okay. I'll just do the continue because I don't know. It's not connecting for me, but it is kindred souls, which is kind, KIND,
Mm-hmm.
RED.
Mm-hmm.
So kind, red, souls, but this souls is a little different. SOULZS.com.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Awesome. And then
Yeah.
what
I
is your
had to
favorite
bring
way
a
to
little bit of the zing.
Yeah. What's your favorite way to communicate?
Through the website, or I'm on Instagram, as Instagram is Bhavya Gaur Official.
Okay.
And I'm on Facebook, which is the other way around. It's official Bhavya Gaur.
Of course. Mine don't match either.
I have to streamline all of that, but I haven't come to that part yet. I was just super excited with the book and everything, and I had to get this out.
Okay, so just to wrap it all up, if you had about 30 seconds to just leave somebody with something from this conversation, what do you want to leave them with?
You are worthy, always were, and always will be. So anytime your mind tell you otherwise, or your beliefs tell you otherwise, you need to discipline it and let it know that you are bigger than your ego. You are worthy, you know it, and you are going to create the best life possible for you because you deserve it.
Thank you so much, Bhavya. Always a delight.
Thank you.
We will chat soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye. And we have our next guest who is ever so patient in the background. So Shelby, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Awesome. Welcome to the stage.
Hello. Thank you.
So I do have to say that I noticed that you had a style challenge. And I was like, oh, I got to sign up for that. So I started it. And then I wanted to watch the next video. And your website was like, you have to wait until next week. And I'm like, no, I want it now. Fine, I'll do the homework.
Fine, you'll do the homework. Well, that's why you have to leave the space
know.
in between so that you actually do the homework.
I know. Okay, that's not usually how I start an interview, but here's how I usually start an interview.
Okay.
I want to shake up the typical bios because I don't want to read bios. I used to do research on people and it didn't feel authentic. I want to get to know you at the same time as the audience is getting to know you. So if I don't know you already, great. That means I'm going to be more curious.
Ooh.
But then I also don't want your elevator pitches.
Okay.
You just hear them so often that they become boring. And I want to know Shelby as a human being.
Okay.
Here's my question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
I would love, that's a really good question. I would love those 3 words to be,
I know it's hard.
It's hard because
That's the whole point.
I want, there are more words. I want people to feel seen when they're with me.
Okay.
That's way more than 3 words.
No, seen. That makes sense.
Seen, graceful.
Ooh. Oh.
And present.
Okay, the secret is there's probably about 10 layers of why I asked this question. But basically, it tells us all the information we need to know before you ever tell us what we need to know.
Okay.
And we'll watch it weave into everything that you say today. And I think it's so beautiful.
I love
so that
it.
if we take your same words, the seen, graceful, and present, how do they play a role in the core message that you have for people?
Well, I don't know if you've ever done the Strengths Finders, or I think it's called Gallup Strengths. I did it a few years ago, and one of my top strengths is individualization. Ooh. And I didn't really know a lot about it at the time, and I realized Well, that's kind of what I do in my business is I see people for who they are. My goal is to ask the right questions, to create the systems where I pull out who are you, and then I reflect it back to them.
I need more of you in my life.
Perfect. I'm happy to be in your life. And when it comes to our style is the tool, one of the tools that I use for that. And for so many people, it's, I wear what I thought I should wear, what someone else thought I should wear, or something like that. And my goal is to have someone wear something that reflects who they are. And the most beautiful thing is when they actually are like, this is my style, this is me, this says who I am. That's so beautiful. And it's not about the clothes or the style, it's about them being more of who they are.
And we were just discussing in the last interview that there's a lot of questions around, well, who am I? And especially if you were ever a people pleaser, if you ever decided that your safety was in meeting other people's expectations, you don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
So then my daughter was going through it last year, and I'm kind of going through it again now. And we're both just kind of bouncing off of each other. Well, who are we in this scenario? Who are we without these people or these roles or this, that, and the other thing?
Yeah.
It's a challenge.
It is a challenge because we get, so like our identity becomes how we see ourselves. It's a reflection of how other people have seen us or how other people have told us, or, even our childhood, little things that someone could have made I had a client once, someone made an offhanded comment to her on the playground, and she was in her 50s, and it's still like she hadn't actually realized that how much that affected her life until we had that conversation. And so it could be these little things that affect how we show up and how we see ourselves.
Countless stories.
Right?
Earlier this week, we also mentioned, as I eat my hair, we also mentioned that those same kinds of things where your teachers, your parents, maybe even your friends have said something to you, usually along the lines of like, you're to this, you're to that, you're basically saying that you're gems. All the things that make you amazing, right? They're seeing the other side of it, and then they're telling you that that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
People used to tell me I talk too much. Now I get paid to talk for a living.
Right?
Yes.
Love it.
It's like, what are those phrases that you think are a bad thing, and how do we find that identity that says this is part of my worthiness and my beingness, so I can embrace it, so I can flip the other side and see this golden nugget and use that to shine my brightness and light everywhere.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
And that's really what I like to do with people is to help them feel seen and help them define those little things and rewrite those stories of and flip it on its head.
Was there ever a time that you didn't know who you were? Like, there's gotta be a story. There's always a story.
There's always a story. Well, I so many different angles that I could take with this. A big thing is so I've loved style my whole life since I was a kid. My mom tells me when I was a year and a half old, I loved getting dressed and putting on my own clothes. And I always was fascinated by what stories said or what clothing said to us and how it affected how we would show up. I was never really into the fashion side of it, like the trend side of it. And I always felt growing up that I was a little bit different because I would wear something that maybe wasn't what other people expected, and I would get made fun of it, or I would think something that made me feel like kind of like the black sheep, like I didn't actually belong, and I always felt like this fraud or imposter syndrome. And I grew up in a community that almost felt like I had to squash who I am. I was a good girl. I was a good girl, and good girls don't make other people feel bad. Good girls don't, shine with as much as they can, because they might make someone else feel bad, or they might make someone else outshine somebody else. And so that's how I lived a lot of, like, most of my life, really, until recently, is like this keeping myself small. And I went through university. I went to become an HR professional. I spent 13 years working in corporate HR. And I always knew I had a bigger dream. However, I just never felt that confidence in myself that, like, there was a part of me that was like, I can do this. Of course I can do this. However, it was like, well, don't get too big. I had this bigness inside of me. It was like it was brewing for years and years and years. And I always felt like I wasn't good enough. Like, who am I to think I can do any of this? Other people can do it. Other people can. And then in 2016, I ended up being laid off from my career. And it was this beautiful gift that was given to me, because I don't think I would have ever left. I had the golden handcuffs. I had a good salary. I had good benefits, bonuses. I could support myself if needed, all of that. And so I was given this gift that, on one hand, it made me question everything. Is like, well, am I not good enough to do this? But I knew I was. And then I was also given this opportunity to be able to do something different. I didn't know what that would be. However, in my gut, and I chose to listen to my gut at this point, I knew it would be something different. And I questioned myself. That was almost 8 years ago I started my business, and I still question myself sometimes. However, I've also seen the results that have happened in the people I work with and in myself. Like, that's kind of when I started on my own personal development journey and understanding myself and who I am. And a couple of years ago, I was in this coaching program, and we were talking about, okay, if you showed up in a room and you introduced yourself by what you're insecure about, or what you feel like those stories you tell yourself, what would that be? And for me, it used to be, I'm not enough. And I've worked really hard to change that narrative for myself. And so at the time, it was, I'm a fraud. And this has been a big narrative. And it was interesting, as we talked it through as a group, someone said, it kind of sounds like you lived most of your life as a fraud. Like, you weren't being your authentic self for most of your life. And now you are being yourself. You're releasing that bigness inside of you. You're showing up with who you are in the world. And it just feels different. And that's that fraud, that it feels different, and yet it's actually who I am.
Shelby, I appreciate it, because I just went through just recently the same, almost a thought that you had said, right? I was with someone, like, in a business type relationship, and I knew it was time for me to let go. And I was like, oh, I don't feel like having to find somebody else to do this part, to do that part, to do this part. And then something happened, and I was just like, oh my God. I actually was like, God, thank you, because you allowed this to happen, so that you gave me enough time to walk away, and I didn't do it. So now you called the severance, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like sitting here thinking about that this week, and I was like, girl, that was the best thing that happened to you. Like, what a time, because I started thinking about all the stuff that I had to deal with working with this person. And then I'm paying them on top, and I keep having to ask for this, ask for that, and ask for this. And then I was like, this gift is called freedom. This gift is called being able to breathe, right? This gift is, and then as soon as, like you said, as soon as I let go, here came all these other parts of my team, right? So now, where I had the one person, I am now building a team to support the work that's ready to support the work that I do. So I love hearing how your gift too was freedom, and how it came in the form of a layoff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It was the universe or whatever just being like, okay, Shelby, you're not making the decision yourself.
Yeah.
We're going to force it.
Oh my God. So mine started as the gift of a layoff, but I didn't accept that gift at the time. So instead, eventually the gift got to be my dream job telling me no. He's like, you know that you don't want to be here. I was like, yes, I do. I do. He's like, no, not anymore. You don't. You know that we love you. You know that we could use you. We know, and you know that you'd be good at this job, but this isn't what you want anymore. You're not that person.
Yeah.
And I was like, ugh, because my dream job rejected me and they already loved me.
Yeah, that's hard.
And then it was that gift of the freedom to figure out more of who I had become at that point.
Yeah.
In your work, Shelby, do you help other women or men? I don't know, you might work with both. Do you help them even understand that and see that? Because it takes a whole different framing, right? Brain adjusting and brain framing to not think negative, but to see the positive in it all.
Yeah. Yeah. And oftentimes I do work with both men and women. And oftentimes by the time they come to see me, they've recognized it. They've made that decision. However, they need just that little bit of extra help because I can, with my individualization, I can see things and pick up on things as we go through the process. And so it's really cool to be able to see someone. I'll ask really good questions to get them to start seeing it as a gift or seeing it as almost like building that confidence. I'm almost like a confidence builder too, because what they wear is often the last thing they think about in a personal development or personal growth journey. And yet it's such a big, like we wear clothes every day. And so it's like that you have permission to wear something that feels like you. And by shifting that helps people. I've seen it help people shift other areas of their life, and it can kind of unlock things in other parts of how they show up in life. And it's really, it's so empowering because it almost is like, it ends up not being about the clothes at all. It's about the mindset journey or the mind growth journey that happens in the process.
Yeah. I actually got really prepared for this interview because I have like shirts next to me. Okay. So you have no idea, Dr. Okay. We're just going to do it. So to explain my point, I know it is a mental growth. And for years, I just wore hand-me-downs. I wore whatever I could find that fit-ish from like Goodwill, that kind of stuff, where you pay cheaper prices. Yeah. It was very rare that we would buy new clothes. Yeah. But my style was never what was in the store. So now as an adult, I'm trying to figure out, well, what makes me feel better in clothes? And my daughter last year, I bought her a whole bunch of new clothes. And because she was going through that self-identity. So I used to wear clothes like this. We're just going to laugh. I knew that green looked good on me. So then I would wear green.
Okay. All about the shade, right?
I know. So you're going to see that in a second. So I used to just pick any sort of green. And I was like, that's totally green. It's fine. That's not really fine. So then I'd be like, I really love purple. And I would buy purple. A little better. A little. Because purple makes the green eyes pop. But then I'm realizing as an adult that the colors was the easiest thing to start with. So then I started going, well, I understand I have the fall hair, right? The autumn colors, the earthy things. I'm a redhead. So that's why I thought the green, the purples, the browns, that kind of thing. I'm realizing just now that the jewel tones look so much better. Like these aren't exactly, but I'm working on it, right?
The warm jewel tone. Yeah.
And I was like, oh, now I'm starting to feel more like me.
Yeah. Oh, that's
I used
beautiful.
to want to wear the pastels because I'm a bright, shiny person. And so I thought I would wear bright, shiny clothes. Yeah. Same colors, different tones, right? That was my prep.
I love it. I love it. Well, and it's interesting you talk about that because in my Style Foundations program, that's the first thing we go through is color draping. I have a whole color draping system because there are certain colors that just light up our skin and some that detract it. So I often ask, have you ever been asked, are you feeling okay today? And you feel fine.
Hold on.
It's the colors. It's the color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotta put it back. There we go.
There you go. Yeah, color is so important, and it's finding those colors that you feel like yourself in. And maybe it was someone told you once, you're a bright, shiny person, so wear the bright, shiny colors.
Yeah.
And you can still be bright and shiny with wearing different colors. And jewel tone colors are beautiful. And then there's warm jewel tone and cool. I could go on.
Yeah,
and
I'm
on.
kind of working on that one now. I was like,
Mhm.
this is better for camera, but I like the darker shades for some reason in the jewel tones. That's what I feel so comfortable in.
Yeah.
But then I'm also like, how do I be bold in darker jewel tones? Next step of learning.
It's still part of your presence, right? And it's how the energy that you bring within those colors. You can still be bold, and I mean those are jewel tones are bold colors. And you can still really show up and bring your own energy to it. So I love that you've gone on that journey. And at the end of the day, I even tell people when I've done the color draping and they get their little color book, I always say, you know what, at the end of the day, this is a tool, not a rule.
Right.
Exactly.
And you have to, like, if you put on a color that's in your color book and you don't feel your best in it, I love it.
Like, that's not my color, but it's totally my style.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen you in half a few times, and I love it. I love it.
I really like this conversation. I knew that when you came on, I was like, I know that we're going to be talking about identity. And when I get people to talk about their speaking, and I know that all of us here are speakers in different ways, different types of audiences, most of communication, as a reminder to us and our audience, is nonverbal.
Yeah.
So then what is your wardrobe saying? What are your colors saying? How is your walk? What is that saying? Your food choices, your posture, all of it.
Your facial expression.
Before you ever say a word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I love this work so much, is if you can get your style and your colors and your fashion to embody who you are and who you want to show up to be, it comes more naturally instead of feeling like we have to work on it or that we're fake.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I often say it takes a bit of upfront work because you have to face yourself, right? You have to be honest with yourself about what you like and what you don't like, and get those voices and those stories that come up in your mind. You have to, work through that. But once you have it, then you have it. You have a wardrobe that feels like you. You don't even think about it. You just put something on that's in your wardrobe and you show up, and then you show up as yourself. You're not showing up being like, moving around. And it's not, one thing to always remember when it comes to style too, it's not just getting dressed up.
Mm-hmm.
It's also what you lounge around the house in. It's also what you wear to work out in. Yeah, totally. Not every sweatshirt is made the same. You could feel really sloppy in a sweatshirt and frumpy, or you can feel really grounded and restful in a sweatshirt, depending on the color, depending on the style of it.
I had one ready for that too if I got cold.
Perfect. I love it. I love that you have your closet like right there with you.
One more. Okay, so I love thrift shopping. Oh my God, especially when there's a charity involved. So last time I went to go visit my mom, their charity store for thrift shopping had a 50-cent sale. Everything was 50 cents. I got a crock pot for 50 cents because mine just broke. But then, of course, I'm looking through all the clothes and I find this scarf. It's this beautiful, like gold, maroon, brown scarf. And I'm like, oh my God, this is totally my colors. It's just,
yeah.
And I don't usually wear scarves, but I'm like, I'm going to have to wear this one or make something out of it because I just love it so much.
That's awesome.
It's pretty. It's beautiful too. Yeah, it's a beautiful scarf.
And I want to say something, Laura. You mentioned about like always having hand-me-downs, always thrift shopping, all of that. Yeah. And I just want to say, because a lot of people think when they think style, they think they have to spend a lot of money on it, and you don't. Some of the best dressed people I know are thrift shoppers or consignment.
Mhm.
And it's all about knowing yourself,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because people can spend thousands of dollars on clothing and not look like themselves, or they can spend tens of dollars on clothing and look exactly like themselves. So it's all about that knowing who you are and your style and your colors and being able to go and look for that. So thanks for sharing that, because it's like we do get in that mindset of, well, I never had that, so I can't have that in the future. Or this is who I am. Whereas you can flip it and be like, no, I actually really love thrift shopping, and I can feel like myself doing it.
But I used to thrift shop for fabric because my mom worked in a bridal shop and she was a seamstress. So I used to make my own clothes as a kid.
Nice.
And then I could style it any way I wanted to style it.
Yeah.
So I would have I was always into the long droopy sleeves. It's like a 7-year-old. That didn't come out for another 5 years. That was high school when it became popular.
Yeah.
Like they all rotate.
Yeah.
That's my point is, if you can't find it, create it. Get creative. There's so many different ways. And bodysuits. I love a good bodysuit. Okay, Dr. Angeline, I'm going to make an assumption.
I'm laughing because we can tell you love a good bodysuit.
I love a good bodysuit. I'm going to make an assumption. Okay. Have you ever had the shirts? This is why I love them. My shirts never stay down. I have hips and a butt. Okay. They just, and the top part of me is much smaller. I figured to have a bodysuit keeps my shirt down.
Right.
Okay.
That simple thing.
That increases your confidence. Right. Knowing those little things is amazing. I love it.
So cute. Okay, I'm going to double check the time because I can get so into this. I want to talk to everybody forever. I also want to know how it is that you share your message.
Wow. I like your questions. How is it I share my message? Yeah. A few different avenues. Like I in terms of like marketing type things, I'm on social media. Social media has been an interesting journey for me because being a personal stylist, there's a lot of pressure to be like, well, I want to see, how do you put an outfit together? How do you do this and that? And I've always been like, yeah, but I want to talk about like that internal stuff. I want to talk about what clothing can do to you. So I've had this constant battle of sharing my message and doing it in a way that can relate to people and connect with people. So that's been interesting. I also love speaking. Speaking is something that it's a dream that chose me when I was about 16, 17 years old. And I never felt like I was a child who liked to speak in front of people. I was more on the shy side of things. And yet this dream chose me, and I fought it for years. And I was like, yeah, me facilitating a workshop, that's my speaking. And it was like, nope. And I'm learning. I actually spoke at a women's event last week, and I'm learning to be more vulnerable because I have this tendency to, when I get in front of people, to go into my more like, here's how, like the more technical side. I want to make sure I'm giving you some good value. And I've been through a lot. In my personal life too, and my business life. And I've held it. Not that I won't tell people about it one-on-one, like that message will come out one-on-one, but to be on stage and tell it, or in front of a group of people. And last week I was speaking, it was a room of maybe like 30 women. And I decided I was going to share a little bit of my story. I'm going to start pushing it. And I did. And I had some people come up to me after and say, that made you more human. Yeah. Because there's this assumption, like we all make assumptions, right? Because I dress well or whatever, people assume everything is going well for me, and it's not. It's not always going well. And I've been through some tough stuff, like all of us have. And so being able to share that in a way that that was vulnerable. It was scary. And it also was empowering too, because it allowed me to connect with people. And that's how I see my message. I don't necessarily want to be on stage in front of thousands of people. However, I do because it's a dream that chose me. And I want people to feel what I'm saying, as a reflection of themselves.
I think that's beautiful to hear. And I'm watching a theme just between you, our conversation previously, and I'm hearing words like embracing who you are. So when you see me look over here, I'm writing. And I hear that whole childhood and that identity and the systems and now even the vulnerability. So my first degree was in fashion, right? So that was all a part of my life, my world. I loved it. But what I also had to learn in the midst of it was that I'm not so much dressing for the outside. And what I'm hearing you saying is now, maybe growing up, oh, you look cool, you wear this or whatever, right? But as we mature and move forward, our dressing for the inside then shows up on the outside and gives us the girl power to become vulnerable. Right. Yep. And so that's what I hear you sharing. And that's what I hear you saying. And I love how you said that it makes you more human. And not only does that tap into others, but it also taps into your business, because now I feel like I can relate to you because you're coming to me from a space of humanity. Yeah. And I love that. Yeah. I appreciate you saying that, how vulnerability is the key.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. 'Cause we're all in this together, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And we all go through stuff, and it's, I thank you. Thank you for saying that too. It is about dressing from the inside out.
So now, okay, if we're talking about sharing our message, I've wanted to ask this of other people, but I think you're the perfect person to ask. If we were to share our message with an image of ourselves, because we have a lot of headshots, right, as speakers, as people trying to get our message out there, entrepreneurs. Do you have any tips for us to help our style, our personality, our color, like all of what you do inside out, to get the message that we have visually?
Oh, this could be a very long conversation.
Yeah, I know. But just get us started, and then people who want more, just
totally. I think so. Something that's really powerful, especially if you're a business owner, but even if you're not, it's when you know yourself and you know your style, and it reflects your brand, it reflects the message. There creates this alignment, and people respond to alignment. If it's something that there's like misalignment there, they're going to be like, who are you? Are you really showing up? So I have an example of, and actually this is common among a few clients I've worked with. And he came to me being like, okay, I want to change my style. And I work with I have a multi-million-dollar company, and I work with these like lawyers and accountants, and I feel this pressure to have to wear a suit.
Yeah, no.
And I'm like, okay, well, do you want to wear a suit? And he's like, no, I feel like a penguin. And I said, and what would happen if you showed up wearing a suit? What would that be like in the meeting? He's like, I would be fidgeting the entire time. I would feel so uncomfortable. And I'm like, so you wouldn't show up as yourself. And that's one part of it. And it wouldn't be as effective. The meeting wouldn't be as effective because you're so distracted by wearing something that doesn't feel like you. And so what we did was we actually started to be like, okay, what is that vision? Who are you? And creating that, getting that visual so I could see what his vision was. And then as we went through that, what I was able to do was then actually create a style for him that elevated who he is without putting a suit on, so he could show up to those meetings. He could feel the powerful person he is in a way that reflects him. So I think the place to start is to, first of all, have that honest conversation with yourself about who am I, And how do I want to show up in the world? What is that message? What are my values, my personal values, my business values? And because believe it or not, we can use our values to think about how we show up in the world as well. So I think that's the first thing, is having that honest conversation of, am I showing up for me or am I showing up for someone else? Look back at pictures, look back at videos that have been done. Where did you feel your best?
I know I didn't feel my best when I used to dress up as basically Scully from the X-Files, gray suit.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
People wanted.
Well, exactly. So that's going to what other people want.
Mm-hmm.
But what about you? People won't even notice what you're wearing when you're showing up as yourself. What they notice is your confidence. Right? And so one of the tools that I love to use is keep a log. Think about what you do every day, what you spend your time on. And it's like, okay, what did I do? What did I wear? And how did I feel? Rate yourself 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. And anything that is like, start with 3 and below, get rid of those things. Get rid of them. Get them out. They don't have a place. I know you spent money on them. It doesn't matter. That's done. Yeah. Because if it's still there, it's taking up mental space. Right? Taking up mental space. You can use it for an example in a situation like this. I'll let you do that. But it's taking up that and by actually keeping track of it, what you do is you get to know what you love and what you don't love. Because we get in habits. I had someone tell me once, I'm a habit changer when it comes to our clothing, because we're in habits of wearing certain things, certain things a certain way, shopping for certain things. And so when you start tracking it, you have to face it. You have to say, you know what? I wore this gray suit today. I did not feel good. I felt like a 1 out of 5, and I don't want to feel like a 1 out of 5 anymore. The next day, you wear a burgundy dress. I felt like a 5 out of five. I'm going to continue wearing a 6 out of 5.
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
I love a burgundy dress. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a picture of you in it. That's why I used that. But it's like, once you start, and it's for the things you love and the things you don't, so that you stop buying the things you don't. That's in your comfort zone. You want to get out of your comfort zone and be intentional about what it is that you're buying. So spending that time actually paying attention will really help elevate that being able to show up as yourself.
I never want this interview to end.
I know, right?
We have about 5 minutes left, so I want to just make sure that we know where to find you and what your favorite way to communicate is.
Okay. You can find me. My website is allsetstyle.com. I will eventually get a shelbyeloria.com as well. Allsetstyle.com. I'm on LinkedIn as both Shelby Eloria and All Set Style. So my business is All Set Style. I don't know if I mentioned that. So yeah, my business is All Set Style. So I have both of those on LinkedIn. Same with Instagram. I'm Shelby Eloria there and All Set Style. The favorite way to interact, I love interacting on social media. LinkedIn, I do a lot of work on, and Instagram. I am on Facebook as well. I don't do as much on there, but I am on there. And then you can always email me, shelby@allsetstyle.com.
Nice. And I can't wait to figure out next week's video, even though I have to wait a whole week.
Now and then have the anticipation.
Shelby, I also want to say to you as well, your voice is so calming. Your voice is just that balance. Like I could listen to you as my guide, right? As my teacher. So I just wanted to share that with you as I was sitting here listening to you speak.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm also just recovering from a cold right now, so I feel slightly phlegmy, but I appreciate you saying that. I love talking nowadays. So
yeah. Yes.
But I also like to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your head, in your heart, or that you need people to take away from this conversation today. What might that be?
You know what? I want people to feel empowered to be themselves, to give themselves the permission. I've half written a book, partially written a book about how it's not about being a victim of who we were or how we grew up. It's we learned something and we can relearn it. And oftentimes people come up to me and be like, oh, I don't have style. I don't have style. I'm not like that. I'm like, you do have style. It's you fall into the style or you create the style. And anybody, any single person can be intentional. Even Steve Jobs was intentional about his style and it reflected him, it reflected his brand. And so anybody can be intentional, and give yourself a little bit of grace because it doesn't happen overnight. And take the time to really see who you are and feel who you are and embrace that, and don't live like a fraud like I did, where, look, the more you get to know yourself, beautiful things will start to happen.
Yeah. So we're not going to dress like Scully. And Steve Jobs just always reminded me of the way architects would dress. And I didn't know this. I used to wear a black turtleneck all the time too. And I went into architecture. But now I'm to the point where I'm like, I have to get rid of my black turtleneck.
Do it.
It's all
Do it. There's a good challenge for you. Get rid of like 5 things in your closet that you know aren't serving you.
Oh, there's probably 50 things in my closet that aren't serving.
Start with
maybe
5.
We'll see.
Start with 5. You can do it.
Oh, there's 2 at least here just in the room.
We saw you throw one all the way across the room. So
the other one was too far away for me to reach nicely. Shelby, we have about a minute left. I want to know what's next for you. What would you like to go toward?
Yeah. So I'm moving a little bit more. I'm still doing the style stuff, but I'm moving a little bit more into that identity coaching and really looking in yourself. I've started a business with because entrepreneurs, we're always starting businesses, with a partner, and we're calling it Black Sheep Co. And it's really doing some of that identity, that internal work. It's learning that sometimes the thing we think we shouldn't be is actually our gift, and it's actually the thing that we should be. So that's a really big thing that's coming up. I love what I do, and I want to do more of it. And speaking as well, doing more speaking is a big thing that's coming up on the horizon.
Awesome. I want to say thank you so much for being here and for playing with me. I was totally prepared.
Thank you. I love that you were prepared and that you did that. Thank you. That's so much fun. And it's nice to meet you, Dr. Angeline.
Nice to meet you as well. I can't wait to go look you up when we're done.
Yeah.
Join the challenge.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I'm going to see what that is. And I'm already on point because I've already started pulling things out of my closet and just throwing them to the side.
You know what? There is a big energetic shift that happens when that happens, is when you get rid of those things that aren't serving you. It opens up space.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I will talk to you again soon. Love you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye. We do have our next guest in the background. Beth, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us on stage.
I'm good.
I always like to ask because you never know. I love that is that your music studio, or is that?
It is. Yes, this is my music studio. I have a great privilege of being able to teach from this space every day and help young people find their passion for music.
Nice. Okay. So the way that I usually start interviews is a way to just shake up the typical, like, I know you and I have been to way too many networking events where they just blurt out their bio, give you their elevator pitch, and you're just like, I know 50 different graphic designers. Who are you? So I want to get to know Beth.
Okay.
Behind the music, behind the business, behind the message. Okay. So here's my question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
That's kind, a leader, and brazen. Maybe
I don't know how to spell that, but I'll attempt.
The idea of maybe not molding to conformity. So whatever one word describes that, that's very much the word I would hope that would be the impact that I leave on people when they describe me.
I did spell it wrong, but that's okay. I get the gist. The whole point of the question is just, what is the energy behind the words? And I think we get the gist of that. So then, of course, the follow-up question, these are my only 2 real questions. So the follow-up question is, how do the words kind, a leader, and brazen, how do they play a role in the core message that you have?
Oh, well, everything that I do, or my goal is with the work that I do, whether it's with children and music, or with the community work that I do, or through my songwriting, um, I look for compassion. I look for a way to connect through empathy and love and respect. I feel like that is something that is not enough. We don't have enough of it. There's not enough supply. It seems like as a way to protect ourselves in a humanitarian point of view, we tend to lock those things away. And we only end up hindering ourselves and others when we do that. So being able to create a space or create an outlet or create a sound or a music that allows people to feel this kindness or this welcome where they can be soft and gentle and connect to themselves is really, really important to me. I love the word leadership because from the time I was little, I was called bossy, and I've reclaimed that word. It used to be something I was very upset about when I was younger, and I will admit it did diminish my energy for a number of years before I figured out that it was okay and more than okay to be bossy Beth. So I'm good to be a leader. I'm good to have someone look at me and go, oh, she's bossy. Because, there's things that need to be done. And being demure, being quiet and allowing things to happen around you, to be honest, I find waste time. And there are things that need to get done. And if no one wants to take the lead, then it's okay for someone, especially a woman, to step up and go, okay, this is what needs to be done, and this is how it should be done. And if you have any other thoughts on that, please feel free to share. But I'm going to help push this narrative along now. Because, there are things to do. And as for brazen, like I said before, it's about making sure that I keep myself in check of not falling too much in line of complacency or allowing myself again to be muted or put into a box or to be labeled. And while people feel, I know at this time too in society, the people are talking about labels and talking about ways to define themselves, which I do believe is very important. But I do want to caution, or my concern there is that we then only live under that label. And I am so much more than a mom. I'm so much more than a wife. I'm so much more than a musician. There's so many other aspects to me. I'm an artist, and I'm a fighter, and I talk to the crows, and there's so many other parts of me that are valid and important. And if I get caught up in just one of those, it's so easy to lose myself. And so to fight against that and to give myself permission to wear the sparkly jacket or to decide to say, no, I don't think I agree with that. And that's okay. Those are ways that people would find maybe hard or question it. But I feel like that type of brazenness or that boldness is something that's really important. I think that the more that we can instill that or encourage that in our young people, especially our young women, we're going to see a lot more of a confidence and bravery and a growth where when I was much younger, we were told to behave and be good and to submit is the wrong word, but follow the rules in a way that maybe wasn't necessarily put into place for the young boys. Now, mind you, I was also a late 70s baby, so I grew up in the 80s when we were told that white vans would come and steal you away if you didn't follow the rules, follow the rules. And I know that has also very much changed our techniques of raising a community of children. So, but that's also always been part of my I guess my thought process is to question things, be curious, and don't be afraid to ask why or how, or it's a good thing. So be brazen. If that's the way people take it, be brazen.
I think in 5 minutes, you literally just summed up our entire week so far.
Oh, great. Okay. You're welcome.
No, the synchronicities with this is just astronomical sometimes, because if I go back and I look at each and every interview so far this week, and I have 30 interviews this week.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot, right? I think you summed up every single person and everything that I've been seeing as patterns. We talked about identity. We talked about worthiness. We talked about being a good girl. We talked about style just before you came on. We talked about those things that our family, our friends, the adults in our lives, even our teachers would tell us that they thought was a bad thing, which is actually part of the beauty of who we are. Like, you just, that was nice. You just kind of tied up in a little bow.
Oh, thanks. Well, good. I'm glad I could. I'm glad I could do that.
That was awesome. Okay. Woo, where to start?
Yeah. I love the fact that you put leader and brazen in the same sentence.
Oh,
Yeah.
I do. I appreciated that one fully. Fully.
I think it's important. I don't know if you can be a leader and be complacent. You just, if you're a yes man, you're not going to necessarily move forward in the way that you need to. And we need leaders. We need strong leaders. We need something definitive. And also in being a leader, it's good to be able to listen to the people around you and figure out what is needed. But at the same time, be able to say, yes, I understand this, but this is the way I'm going to go, or these are the steps that I need to make for the greater good or for the bigger picture. And we do it all the time as women, and I can only speak from that point of view because that's the point of view I know. But as mothers, or, we make so many decisions through the day where you're trying to take into account everybody who's in your world and be mindful of that and be able to give them what they need. But also at some point you have to make decisions where you're the boss and maybe you're making choices that not everybody agrees with. Like, you can't be on your video games all the time, or we can't have chicken nuggets 3 nights in a row, or whatever that might be, or the maybe even bigger, harder decisions, obviously. But it's something that we naturally gravitate to, and I wish we were given the ability, or that we saw more women in these leadership roles. It feels like a lot of the times we are thwarted or pushed back, or when a woman speaks up and has the same comments or energy that we see with a lot of our male leadership, we don't get the same push or praise. It's a lot of the, who do you think you are, having that type of an opinion. And that's not something that I care to.
Absolutely. Girl, I'm on Team Beth with that one. Absolutely. You know what else I was sitting here thinking when you were speaking, because I remember one time one of my friends was like, you know what I noticed about you? You don't live inside a box. You don't color in the box. There just is no box in your space. And so I'm listening to you say that, and then I'm thinking about music and how music plays into that whole no box space. Can you talk about that a little bit more, right? How you share your music and just how that ties together.
Absolutely. Yeah. Music is, it's my life. If you can see from behind me. I started piano lessons at age 5, but it was the leading up to that. I was the child who stood on the coffee table singing with the jazz hands, and I was that kid. And my parents recognized that in me. And for my sister, it was athletics. She was a gymnast. She literally climbed walls. And they put us in these extracurriculars. For me, it was music and theater. And for my sister, it was gymnastics. And we both ended up making a career out of the extracurriculars that we were given as children. So being able to have that ability to utilize something that I feel I was very much born with, this desire. And I believe a lot of children, all children, are naturally drawn to music. They love to move. It makes them happy. And at some point in our lives, somebody makes a comment and says, "Ooh, you shouldn't sing," or "Why are you dancing like that?" And it makes us incredibly self-conscious, and we shut down and we stop. And the whole point of music and the way that I've chosen to teach is that it's self-expression. It's a good thing to make mistakes with. If you're playing wrong notes, excellent, because it means we're learning where to go or where not to go. Or maybe we discover, oh, that was not the note on the music, but it sounds really cool. Where else will that lead me? So being able to explore and figure out new ways or different melodies, and then being able to not feel afraid to create something completely different, which can be quite vulnerable, especially when it comes to music. People are afraid to sing. People are afraid to let others hear their voice in fear of criticism or ridicule. And there's just so much joy in that. You don't have to sing good to enjoy singing. Just do it. And that's not said enough to people, Sing poorly and loudly. It's wonderful, It gives a chance to. It raises your serotonin. There's nothing better than like hearing a song that you love and turning it up and just going at it and dancing and singing. So I teach that way. I try to write that way. I write about experiences that are important to me, or about situations that maybe a friend or something I've seen in the news, and I want to be able to write about it in a way that hopefully people can connect to. Because I believe that that's something that music is such a great unifier. Every culture has music. Every person feels music in some way. Different styles, different genres, it doesn't really matter. And, I have songs that are more country or more pop, or that really sad Sarah McLachlan kind of indie drama. I love it all. And I don't believe we need to be, again, boxed into a genre or a style to be able to express ourselves, or one instrument. If you have the good fortune to be able to play a keyboard or get your hands on a guitar or ukulele, try it all. Be bad at them. It's good to not be good at all the things. And it's also okay to do it not for profit. A lot of people feel like, okay, if I'm going to learn music, I have to become a musician. I have to perform. And I've had students who have said, well, I don't really want to take part in the recital, so maybe I shouldn't be doing lessons anymore. And I'm like, that's not what this is about. It's never about having to give it away. It's not about having to give this talent or this skill or this joy away. This is for you. And I believe that that's important, because we get away from those things. We love to color. We love to paint. We love to sing and create things when we're little. And at some point we're told, that's enough. You need to stop. And I couldn't disagree with that more. I think we should be doing it more as we get older. We should be going for a paintbrush or a coloring book and a box of crayons at the end of a day. Find some way to have an expressive outlet, and allow that to help shape you through your good moments, but also maybe through our difficult times. We all have a soundtrack, right? We all have something that when we're sad, we have a song we go to, or we have a song when we're happy. And it's so important to have those things. So that's how I've been utilizing music, and how I choose to teach when I deal with a lot of kids. And I want them to walk away knowing that if they never do anything with music other than play for themselves, that's good enough. And that's something they'll always have to be able to go back to.
Yeah, that's
for yourself. Oh, that's what got me, because I've always loved to sing, and yet since high school I've been holding it back. Right, because my body was shifting, my voice was shifting, and I just didn't have the confidence. Then when my daughter was little, she would have the headphones on and she would sing so loudly and so poorly. that a couple people made comments about how horrible her singing was. She stopped singing altogether.
Oh.
Now, in the last couple of years, she's been saying, Mom, I want to be a singer and a dancer. I love music, but I'm afraid to sing. Can you teach me to sing? So of course, we watched The Sound of Music. And I was getting her to do the Do Re Mi song. I was like, just start here. Just start here. But now, I also told her to do another practice where if nobody's home, sing as loud as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And she's like, why? And I was like, because it is so hard when you feel as though your voice is not valuable or not able to be heard by somebody else, that you will automatically turn down your volume and your power in your voice. So I want you to practice in the most comfortable space, which is us not being around, as loud and as powerfully and as emotionally charged as you possibly can, so that you can get used to what that sounds like. And so she just came to me last month and she's like, Mom, wow. I'm like, what? She's like, I can sing in front of you guys now. Like, oh,
yeah.
She's so much happier. And I'm like, do it exactly what you said. Do it for you. Don't do it for other people around you. If it brings you joy, screw them.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's great. It broke my heart a little bit there when you said she stopped singing. I was like, oh, we've got to fix that. But you've got a handle on it. That's great.
She takes a lot from me, and I stopped singing because I was uncomfortable. And so she sees that and she reflects that. And so she sees me starting to get out too.
I think it's an experience that most people have. I remember the first time someone made a comment about my weight. I was 7 years old, and that impacted the way that I saw myself. And even now, I find there are times it sneaks up on me, and it started then, and it was something that completely changed the way that I saw myself and how I navigated things that I chose as clothing, or even the way I saw myself as a teenage girl. At times when I thought that I was fat and I was not, or that I was maybe not worthy. I associated my worthiness or my value to my body, and how much I've had to fight through that. And even as an adult, I find myself, I've caught myself so often where I feel bad, and I'm like, okay, that's enough of that. This is not what this is. And I started about 10 years ago. I started every time I had a really awful thought about myself or a pity party, I made myself stand in the mirror and I had to say 3 things about myself that were good, that had nothing to do with being a mom or a wife. So it wasn't my value attached to others. It had to be things about myself. So what is it that I did like about myself? What was something I liked about myself physically? What was something I liked about myself mentally? What was something I liked about myself in this space that I took up? And I know it feels kind of silly or redundant, but it's so important. We say this to ourselves, we change the mindset, and eventually you start to notice those beautiful things you say out loud to yourself, as opposed to the negative things. Because although the negative things are quieter, they seem to take up way more space. And talking about throwing out things that don't serve you in your closet anymore, what Shelby was talking about, I think it's the same thing with our mental capacity and with what we store up here. It's so important to throw out those ideas or those thought processes or those perspectives that do not serve us. That's very important. And the sooner we can do that, the more exquisite life becomes. So.
That sounds beautiful.
So there's those words again. It would be so cool if you could have something on here that just would show the words, right?
Little cards.
Yeah. But I bet I view your superpower from a personal experience that I watched with my great nephew. When my niece was pregnant, she was told, keep playing classical music. right, while the baby was in the womb. And it became like an experiment project type thing. And I have a friend right now, she's going for her EDD, and she's looking at the power of music in the classroom. And so I love both of them. And so I remember, I don't know if my nephew was like, maybe, I don't know, 1, 2, something. He would just keep blurting out. He would go, ah, right? And we were like, why does this kid, like sometimes it would be so loud. We were like, why in the world, what is he doing? Like, why does he keep doing this? And he did it for like years, like a few years, like just stop. And he would be blurting out. And then it hit us like from the womb. That's the music, that opera sound that he was hearing. But I'm gonna tell you how it shaped.
Yeah.
And I've been reading about this, even his brain and his cognitiveness and all of those things, to the point where he's been skipped twice.
Yeah.
Right. And the level of his brilliance, that's what I tell him all the time, your level of your brilliance. And I really am like so fascinated and curious, and even fascinated to see what my friend is going to find out through her research work, right, with young people, and just the superheroes that music teachers are. Right.
Oh, yeah. It breaks my heart that we're losing that in our public school system as well. Like, we've lost a lot of music, and we've lost art. We've lost even access to library services in schools. And these are the things that make a society great. If you look over history over and over and over again, the times when communities and society thrives is when we invest in music and arts and literature. And when we start to cut those things back, we see a decline in the mental wellness, in the financial security, in all aspects. It trickles out and trickles out and trickles out. So it shouldn't just be something that's accessible for those who can afford it. Music should not be a luxury. It should be a necessity. Music is also multifaceted. It's a language. You're learning to read notation, which is as significant as learning French or Latin. It is mathematics, because you're looking at timing and time signatures and pattern. And it's also physically, it's a brain to hand skill. Like, you have to create new neural pathways to be able to play a song and to repeat it and to anticipate. You're looking ahead a little bit to know, where do I have to be next? I know where I am now, but you have to be a bar or two ahead, knowing where you're going with this path. And the more that you repeat it and the more that we practice, we create these new pathways, these neural pathways, which then pings different parts of our brains, which helps brain growth and helps our mental health and our physical development and our dexterity. There's so many things that music benefits, and yet it's the first thing we exclude, we cut when it feels like times are tight. That's the last thing that should go. Music, if there's one thing children should be going to learn, it's music in a school system, as far as I'm concerned, because you have so many other aspects, and the language and the lyrics, there's poetry in that, and expression, and being able to connect, and then a sense of empathy. That's where we learn about other people's perspectives, is through different styles and genres of music, other people's hardships or heartache or joys. We get to experience that through what we hear, through the music they create. And the more we expose children to that, whether it's classical or rhythm and blues or hip hop or folk music, it's the more styles of music, the better, because there's something that they're going to find that connects to them and relates to how they're feeling.
Yeah. The arts, the creative, just all of it. That's what I see as the humanities. So if you're taking out the human aspect of being human, and you're just asking us to be the computer robot AI version, of course we don't feel like us. Of course we're going to decline in our mental health. But I also like the idea of music, because I will listen to pretty much every single genre of music in about 17 different languages. So like, because to me, it's not so much about the lyrics, it's the feeling behind the sound and the lyrics together, behind the voice that is sharing the lyrics. It's like, I don't know what most of those languages are saying. It's, I can relate to the way that the person is expressing that song to me right now. And that's how I want to express myself, but I can't quite find other ways to do it. And so I'm going to listen to this song so I can get it out.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. I can't tell you the number of times that I've had a rough day or been sad, whatever reason. And I'm like, I just need to listen to this song and cry. And then I do. And then I feel better and I'm able to move forward. Or I'm full of, there's been times when I've been anxious or stressed out and I have songs that I go to and that I take comfort in. And often I'll quote little snippets of songs to myself. Tom Petty's a good example. He has a line in a song that says, most things I worry about never happen anyways. So when I'm at a high point of stress, or if I'm really fretting about something, I think about that line and I'm like, okay, this is probably not as big of a deal as I'm making it. Let's take a breath and take a step back. Or, you know, there's so many artists that I will look at and take inspiration from the things that they express or say in their lyrics and their music, and it brings comfort, right? And it bolsters and it helps me kind of move forward. So I think that we don't put enough credit into that, and how, or we put a lot of credit into other people's expression and don't necessarily put enough into us, you know? I love Taylor Swift. I love what she's doing. I like how she's shaping and changing the world of music and this idea of expression for young girls and young women. And I hope that through that young girls and young women are going, I can do something like this too, on a different scale. I don't have to be a superstar dancing around a stage, but I can take inspiration from this and say, no, this is not for me, or yes, I'm going to follow this path, even if it's not what you expect of me, and be able to find inspiration in that and express themselves in a good way, you know, or in a way that feels true to them, I guess is the best way I can say that. I guess it's really important to be true to yourself. And it's, I personally find it hard to create music that doesn't feel true to me. If I'm trying to write something or make something that I think other people will like, it's usually pretty crappy. So I've learned that I have to write for me, and hopefully people love it. And more often than not, the songs that come from that place are the ones that get the best response. So the more we can share that with others and let them know, like, just don't be afraid to do that. Be vulnerable and just do what you love, because somebody else will connect with it, and someone else will, it'll inspire someone else, and it'll start to snowball change, a really positive change.
Definitely. We tend to get caught in, I call it the copy paste. So you listen to a song, let's just use Taylor Swift since you already mentioned her. And when we're singing Taylor Swift, we tend to shift our voice to try to sound like Taylor Swift. Yeah. So my question is this, not just for musicians, but also for those speakers, those authors, podcasters, every way that we share our message. What kind of advice do you have for people to help them find their voice? Not a copy paste version of somebody else's voice, even though it's their own message.
Yeah, that is a good question. You know, I think part of being authentic to yourself is understanding we evolve and change. So how my voice or my message, what it might have been 10 years ago, is not what it is now, because I've grown and I've changed and I've learned. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to borrow, you know, to be inspired, you know, by others. I listened to a Maya Angelou poem the other day, and it inspired something in me, and I found myself writing in what I would consider a vein of her voice. It's just making sure that we, you know, is this what I want to say, or is this truly who I am? I always encourage my students to record themselves when they're practicing or when they're singing, record yourself and then listen back, and then now try it in a different place. Or if we're learning, let's say we're learning a Taylor Swift song, I will say, okay, now, so this is a really fast song. Let's slow it way down. What does this song sound like if we take on the mindset of, now I'm sad and I'm singing this from somebody who's sad, or this really sad song, let's switch it up. And if you were angry, where would you put your inflection? And when we start to shift our perspective, it helps us kind of find our own voice in that. But sometimes we need to wear a couple of different masks or try on a couple of different hats before we can find the voice that feels true to us. And I, I think as musicians, you can do that. I've been guilty of it before. I'm a huge fan of Stevie Nicks. When I sing a Stevie Nicks song, I'm definitely trying to channel Stevie Nicks as opposed to just channeling Beth. Because it feels, I don't know, it's just something that, so you can get into doing that from time to time. It's just making sure that you don't, again, define yourself or hide yourself away by trying to be somebody else or trying to sound like somebody else, because then you lose the beauty of the gift that, or the magic of what you're creating. And people again, that we do tend to lean towards authenticity. We can feel it. Kids can see it from a mile away. They know when you're being inauthentic. They just know. And so a lot of the times I really try to live through the lens of a child, of like, if I was going to say this to a 6-year-old, would they call me on my BS? Or, and so I found that has really helped me, even in the way that I interact with people. I think that's really, I guess, the best way to go about it. Look at it from different points of view. Try it from different perspectives, try it from different angles, and what connects. And often then we can sift through and find our own voice in that.
So I know that you do music. Obviously you do music. And you're on podcasts.
Yes.
But what other ways have you chosen to share your message? So this show isn't just about the typical speaking, writing, podcasting. It's about finding different ways that we can share our message, but also how those ways that we have chosen connected to who we are as a human being, because it makes sense for us.
Yeah.
And you can feel that authenticity in it.
Yeah.
So what are some of the ways that you have chosen to share your message?
Well, I, for the last number of years, so I'm not a native to Nova Scotia or to Truro. I'm originally from Newfoundland. I grew up there, and I moved here when I was around 20 years old. And I've been in Truro now for almost 20 years. That probably ages me, and that's okay. But I feel like it's really, for me, it's very important to be involved in my community. If I have no time for complaining about a lack of change and then doing nothing about it. So I have to put my money where my mouth is. So if I want to see change, I have to be the change. And the way that I've chosen to do that over the last number of years is to be involved in theater or to be involved in community events. For a few years, I directed the Vagina Monologues and raised money for nonprofits in our community. And then over the last couple of years, we've evolved that event with my music group, Bridget. We host an International Women's Day. And each year we choose, again, we usually choose 2 nonprofit programs in our community that work with children and women and to help make their lives better. And we put together a show that helps showcase different voices. And so by being able to give a platform to others, to be able to express themselves, to be able to get their message out is incredibly important to me. I feel like it is a part of my purpose is to help give other people the opportunity to share their voice and to share their message. And I feel like it is part of my responsibility as a person in this community and in society, and as a mom of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys, to give that example of this is what is expected of us. There are things that we should do, and there are things that we should be true to ourselves, but at the same time, we can't sit back and just glide through life without being able to give something back in some way. And for me, because I feel very comfortable performing, I'm actually far more comfortable up on a stage in front of lots and lots of people than I am necessarily in a small group chatting. Yeah, it's really funny. It's like, but if I can make a positive impact somewhere along the lines, that helps somebody else start their journey, or to share their message, or to um, help a woman who's struggling, then good. That means that my time on this earth was not wasted. I've made an impact in some small way, that betters something for somebody else. And so that's been really important to me. And we've been able to raise money for different charities, and we've this event has grown from a small thing to now we have a market with in beginning of before the event, we have a market with entrepreneurs, female identifying entrepreneurs, LGBTQ community, where they get to share the products that they make or create. Last year we had a fantastic filmmaker share a short film. We had a poet laureate from Halifax come and speak. We had a dancer who did an incredible, a young woman who did this incredible routine, and we just give them an outlet to be able to share their talent and to be able to share that message. And that's, I guess, where I feel if I can do that, I don't mind putting together a big event. I find a lot of joy in taking on the challenge of how do we put all these pieces together and create something successful. Now, I know that that's not everybody's cup of tea. So to others, I would say, just where can you make an impact that feels good, whether that's buying a coffee for someone, or if you have clothes that you don't need anymore, find out the best place to donate it, as opposed to just giving it away. Could the women's shelter use it? Is there a way that we can? Do you have a neighbor on your street who is older and maybe doesn't have as much family? Can you make a meal for them? Is there some way you can make a small impact in a positive way on the people around you? I feel like that we should generally just be doing that more. If everyone did a little something, I think we all just would feel better.
Definitely. We have about 6 minutes or so left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you and your favorite way to communicate.
Okay. Well, you can find my group, Bridget. We have a website, bridgettrio.com. We're also on Facebook and Instagram, and we have a little TikTok page, which we're not on TikTok as much, but you can find us there. We're on YouTube as well. And people can also find, for my music studio, Beth Terry Music on Facebook. I have a little Facebook page where I update different things. And I'm around town. People, you can find me around Truro. I'm everywhere.
Just as an FYI, the Blue Talks community is all over the world. So like, you and I may be in Truro, but this is global.
Okay, great. Well, then please come find my music on either Bridget Trio YouTube, or on Instagram or Spotify or iTunes. And if you like it, send us a message through our website, and yeah, let us know what kind of an impact if you like it, and if you don't like it, well, I don't know, maybe keep that to yourself, but
share it with somebody who might like it,
or express it positively, but hopefully, yeah, you find some joy in what we create and put out there, and and that helps someone in some way.
So then what is next for Beth in the next year or 2, 5 years? And we're talking crazy cool.
Okay.
We're not talking logical. Like, what would you love to have happen?
Oh, well, I do intend to go back into the recording studio. We do have a couple of songs that we're going to be recording as a group, but I've also been working on my own solo album. Myself and my husband are both songwriters, so we do a lot of work together. So I'm looking at that. My kids are all a little bit older now, so it's given me liberty to kind of see a little bit more. We travel a little bit more, and I would love to be able to take what I'm doing on a bigger level, because right now it's very local, it's provincial, but I would love to be able to branch out with my music. I'd like to be able to collaborate with a few other artists and maybe take the show on the road. Now is the way I'd like to go.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
As we're coming to the end, if you could sing a song or give us a little poem or whatever before you head out, so we could have a taste of kind leadership brazen Beth. What would you sing, or what comes to mind? Or
oh goodness, yeah. Well, I know I should probably sing one of my own songs, which would make a lot of sense.
However you feel.
But goodness, I guess our song that kind of started all of this was a song called "Someone Like Her," and it was just about looking at how we look at other women and we get inspiration. It was about being inspired by them, and so the chorus is "Someone like her, someone like me." Oh gosh, now I can't even remember my own lyrics. I can't. Oh, that's terrible that I can't remember my own lyrics. But yes, the premise is that we find parts of ourselves and the inspiration in other strong women, and we raise each other up in that way. So I'm drawing a blank, but I digress. Look it up. You'll enjoy it. And the message. Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate this chance to share with you.
It's all good. So then I always love to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your head or in your heart that you need to share, or something that you just need people to take away from this conversation today. So what might that be?
That reconnect with your child, your inner child. Give that little human the space and the love and the grace that you maybe feel you didn't get when you were little, and reconnect with that person. And in that process, I think you'll rediscover things that bring you joy. Like I say, get that box of coloring crayons and a coloring book, or, be a 42-year-old woman who buys Lego. That's okay. Wit, I know. Don't be afraid to continue to learn. I went back to school a couple years ago and did Latin for fun, mind you. So don't be afraid to challenge yourself in ways that it's never too late. It's never too late. You can start. So many incredible humans that we know and talent that we know didn't start until they were in their 30s or 40s or 50s and now have incredible careers. So don't allow those things to stop you from being able to fulfill those dreams. Don't live a life of regret. Don't give yourself space for regret.
Nice.
Aww. Well, thank you so much, Beth. I know, you and I had just met. You didn't really know what you were coming into, and yet you were game, and you showed up, and
always.
It was such a delight. So thank you, and I hope to see you again next week when I'm not doing this live.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to it.
So I can get out of the house again.
Excellent. Well, hopefully I will see you next week in person. That'd be awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Beth.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yes.
Bye.
So I'm going to joke just for a minute. I'm going to bring you up, Darius. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Awesome. First I'm going to make myself stand up because I've been sitting in my chair way too long.
Yes.
And then I'm going to ask, no, further, higher. And then I'm going to ask Dr. Anjali, no, higher. To start off the interview, I'm just going to go check on my daughter because she's home sick. I'll only be about a minute. If you would love to start the interview, I didn't want to throw it at you if you said no, but I'm going to make that offer. Would you like to start us off, and I'll be right back?
Sure. We'll start off the way you normally start off.
Awesome. Will you write down the words for me?
I'm writing down everybody's words. Yeah.
Awesome. Darius, are you okay with that? If I'm
all set. All good.
Awesome. I'll be right back then. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. So welcome, Darius.
How are you, Dr. Dean? How are you this Thanksgiving day?
I am phenomenal. I am phenomenal. What a better way to get over just being sick and sit here on Thanksgiving and meet people that I've never met before, hear their stories. It's a great way to start the day for me anyway.
I'm sorry to hear where you're sick from.
Darius, I was in California having a great time. And on the day I had to leave to come back, I started feeling it in my throat. By the middle of the afternoon, I was freezing. You know, that cold to the bone type cold.
I've had it.
And by the time I got on the plane, I was just praying, please get me back home safely. And
where's home?
Jersey.
Okay.
So
not too far from me here in New York. Okay.
Oh, okay. East Coast in the house. So I'm happy to hear that. Yes. But I wound up having, what did they say? Influenza, inflammation, and some type of viral infection. I have no idea where I caught it.
It wasn't COVID.
No, and that was the first thing I did test for, because some of the I've had COVID before, and so some of those symptoms were showing up the same way. And so that was the first thing that I did do, was test for COVID. So I was happy that I didn't have it for the third time.
Wow.
So yeah. So I was excited about that. So, but still in pain, but yet nevertheless, we're here today and we get to hear about Darius Ross. So Darius, I'm going to start us off how Laura starts off every one of her guests. Okay. And so if there were three words what are the three words that you think people would use to describe you?
Hunger. Now, this is a PG or an X-rated show that I can say the other word.
PG, please.
Okay. So, hunger.
Only because you can ask her, because I don't know. I don't want to speak for her. Okay.
If the kids are listening, I got to make sure I play it up. Hunger, intense, and very strategic.
Okay. Strategic. Okay. So normally we find that those three words generally describe who Darius is, what Darius does, what Darius's thought process, or where he's going, and what additions he's adding to the world and into the space and community around him. So you want to tell us why those three words and how they shaped your thought process to come up with those three?
Hunger was because of the fact I'm relentless in a goal. You know, if it's there, I'm going to get it. I'm going to make it happen and pull the pieces together. Intense, meaning that I can be very strong and forceful-willed and, you know, kind of present situations, whereas you make it happen one way or the other and you're able to convince people one way or the other that this has got to happen. And you can be smooth about it. And strategic, meaning that everything is militaristic in thought. I mean, I have this guerrilla mentality that it has to be done a certain way and you want to pull it apart and take the pieces as if you're in an urban environment and everything is helter-skelter and you got to get in there and make it work. So it's like the Special Forces, the Navy SEALs, or the Rangers.
Wow, I can hear the intensity already, Darius. So, Laura, Darius's three words were hunger, intense, and strategic.
Hunger, intense, and strategic.
Yes.
Ah, that's how you want other people to describe you.
There's another word, but this is a PG show, so I can't say what it is.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I'm not going to say my show. Wait till she come back.
It's a no BS policy is what I say, so I got to clean it up.
Okay.
Oh. No BS policy works.
Yeah.
There's no swearing in that. Do you want me to write that down?
That works.
Okay. So no BS policy.
I have a program that's based upon that where, you know, I say to folks, don't give me no BS. Bottom line of it is either you want to do it, you're struggling to do it, or you're afraid to do it. It's either one of those three.
Ooh, I like that. So then, because I missed the beginning, can you give me some sort of frame of reference based on like what your core message is?
To be able to say, case in point, like in the vice president situation and trying to become president. When I look at her history and what happened there, second best was perfect because that was something that was never heard of, despite the fact of all the other messages that happened, all the things that people say went wrong with that. Just for her to get to this point says a lot. Both being a woman, being a minority, and most importantly speaking, coming to this country as an immigrant under the circumstances that she came. So it shows about the policies and the project of how immigration does have a different impact if you understand how people come here. They come here to want to work and hustle and grind. So that's a good example of when I say how things can work, because most of us are immigrants here, no matter how we look at it.
I think we could learn a lot from the resilience and the, what's the word I'm looking for? Persistence of the hustle and grind of the immigrants.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, just like you can see their heart and their determination in everything. They'd come knowing that they just need to figure it out. And I wish that we had more of that, where all of us just would get into that mindset of, I'm stuck in a corner. I'm just going to stay here forever and I'm going to cry because the door's not open. No, like, let's figure it out. There's always a way around.
That's right.
Awesome. Okay. So continue. I'm not sure where you were, but I would love to just,
So the bottom line of it was looking at that situation, and although the country wasn't quite ready for her messaging and for her, the bottom line of it is for her to come to where she did, as close as she did, none of the circumstances. Now, mind you, now I'm a Republican, and I wasn't into the Trump camp, but my bottom line was for her to get to where she did, right? And for the positioning and how they played out, and even despite the fact of all the other messy things that happened, she still can say, I did it. And that's the key thing. You might not get to the top of the mountain, but you can still say you were on the mountain. You were there. You experienced the altitude, the height. I don't think anybody else can say that at this juncture. So she did it. So I give applause to that position. You know, you actually went to battle. And even if you lost, you still went to battle. You know, it is better to die on your knees fighting than it is to die never having, as I say, stood up.
Oh, there's something that Les Brown says all the time about getting your message out there, and that the richest place in the world is the cemetery with all those dreams that were never realized. I had a cousin just die last week, the week before, and that part of my family are very much musicians. We were just talking about music before you came on here, Darius. And watching a video of family being in the hospice with him, singing to him, basically while he's dying. To watch that video and to see him want to be a part of that, it ate at me thinking, you know, how many things do we say that we want to do? And we don't do it because maybe potential rejection, maybe this, that, the fears, all those things that you said earlier. And yet we still don't do it. I love to sing. And that video of watching him not able to do it and wanting to do it just ate away at me. And I have more resilience and passion than I have before to go and do more. To not let that fear stop. Yeah.
I think the biggest thing of it is people understanding there are only two options, no and hell no. Either way, no. You got to do something. You know, it's like there's only two options. You know, the decision is which one you want to deal with. One is the fact that you weren't convincing enough, and the other one was the fact that, you know, the person just didn't quite catch what you were saying. And so now you got to deliver the message a little differently.
Exactly. Oh. So then what is it that you do, Darius?
Well, from real estate to consulting to executive coaching to empowering those folks, both men and women, particularly speaking the women category, because there's so many women that are beaten down based on not being able to understand that their place and their space in this whole world, and how from, say, ages, say, 3 through 18, there's so many obstacles they go through, both from men and, you know, as a father myself, just the situations that they endure, you know, because in this country, just like in some of the other countries, that the crisis of sexual abuse is the biggest thing. And so it's difficult to come back from that. And so as a result, that empowerment situation.
I love that. What inspired you, especially as a man, to want to be the supporter of women?
Well, at first it started out as simple as, say, you wanted to have ladies that you wanted to be a womanizer.
Okay. The dream comes out.
Let's put it out there. And from there,
talk about hunger, huh?
Hey, that's hunger. I gotta be honest here. And from there, it went to supporting women's causes and so forth. So, you know, then, you know, learning the stories and whatever else, and then realizing, you know what, there's another side to this. You can't have them all. So now you got to figure out how to work with this and make this thing work. So that's how I got started.
So I have a bit of a personal question. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to then. how do you relate to the empowered woman? Because I know generally, we're going to generally speak here, men seem to be afraid of a powerful woman or the bossy woman or the assertive woman. What's your relationship to those powerful women now?
See, there are a few that are watching this, so they'll probably comment on that. Here's the thing. This is the most important thing. The empowerment is based upon, I mean, we go biblically on it, right? The power is based upon the fact of two things. One, you have to. You're forced to be in a position to be the man with the slacks on. You're forced to turn around and do things that you wouldn't necessarily do if there was a man around that could position himself to hold you down, okay? But case in point, sometimes it's overbearing because it's like, listen, ladies, there's a man here, and he's a man, and he understands how to hold his position, do what he has to do. So you have to turn around and back up a little bit, put the skirt back on, put the pumps back on, and let him be a man. But there are men that can't do that. As a result, that becomes a problem. So when you find one that can, allow him to be that. Don't be so overbearing. Don't be so, jumping down on him and just have this forceful thing, because you have to. I mean, we get it. You have to be forceful because you're in a woman's world that is dominated by men, and we're in a smaller minority. But one of the things that I find is that I have to say, listen, you know what? Time out. You're going off, you're flipping, you're going crazy. Give it a break. I get it. I hear you. But also recognize there's a time and a place for that. And there's that feminine energy. Don't give so much the masculine energy when you have a man that understands how to work with you. Work with him, don't work against him.
So I would say I appreciate you saying that. I just was in a position and we were in a room. It was actually 3 men and I was the only female. And we were addressing, I was watching the one brother sitting across from me. I'm listening to him speak to these 2 other men in a way that I can't, right? And I had to sit back and say, like, at first I was like, well, you can add this. And then self was like, no, you don't need to add anything. Shut up. Let him be the man that he's being. Speak to these 2 brothers and enjoy being a female, sitting back, listening and watch the power of what was happening in that room, to the point where one of the guys kept trying to push back. And I was like, well, if he's doing that to him, I know he's going to try you, right? And so watching him do it, but then finally watching the other brother sit up across that room, he gave him a look, said what he had to say, and then watching the other man go, you know what? I receive. I was like, yo, that was powerful, right? And so later he and I had that conversation. But it's also what I can also say that I'm learning in all of this and through what you said too is, how do I manage my emotions?
Right.
When I'm in those spaces with other brothers who I can trust enough to lead. Right? Because all of them, I'm not trusting.
There you go. That's
all.
what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. And then to couple on to that, this is the other thing. I say, ladies, when a man walks in a room, take note of when a king walks into a room and then where a beta male walks into a room. Alpha male, beta male, sigma male. The sigma male is the highest level of it all. He's the predator. He understands when he walks in the room, everybody's afraid, okay? The alpha male, when he walks in the room, he instills fear, but it's still a question mark. But the beta male, he just blends in. So when you see that sigma male and that alpha male, understand when you're looking at them, they're going to have an arrogant look about them. They're going to have a sway about them. The room is going to find them filled with that presence. And so when you meet that kind of character, if he's not so arrogant and he's very calm and cool, then take that vibe, take that energy on, and then assume your feminine energy and realize, I'm a woman. I don't have to fight this man for the presence. He understands I am the queen. He understands that the queen is the most important chess piece on the board. Okay? And he understands how to let you move and float. But you got to turn around and back up a bit. You cannot roll into that role and be like, yeah, now, your testosterone, you're getting all this energy out. No, it's like 2 men fighting all of a sudden. So a man does not want to have another man on his side because 2 men don't present each other with aggression.
No.
I'm a little confused now. What does real estate have to do with I love when things come together. So it's like, there's a reason you got inspired to do all of these different things.
Real estate came into being because at the end of the day, it was like, what do you do? I had just left banking and the career was, what do you want to do next? And so there was a friend of mine that was doing real estate. My mom suggested you do it. So get into buying real estate and purchasing properties and so forth. And real estate's a tough business because, interestingly speaking enough, if you're not hardcore and you don't understand how to negotiate, you're going to be left out. So I understood about negotiations, how to be hardcore, how to be very difficult at times, and how to maneuver. So it went into business buying, because when you go into real estate, there are always businesses for sale. So it began into business brokering and so forth.
See, but now we can see how things start to tie together. Because sometimes it seems like the conversation is going everywhere, but really it's not. There's always something that connects it. So I want to go back to the hunger just for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me more about that hunger of where future Darius is going. What do you see in the world?
Well, future Darius is looking at this whole economic economy thing. I mean, I've been predicting on some of my podcasts that the stock market will crater probably around 50 to 75%. So we're looking at down from 40,000 to down around 7,000 points. So with that in mind, one of the biggest things of it is, as I mentioned, about real estate, there'll be real estate on sale, not for sale. So people that are in the market to buy homes and so forth will have a field day if they're in cash. You want to be lack of debt and be strategic there. So what I'm looking at now is rolling up businesses. Like baby boomers are now selling their businesses. Yep. So I'm looking at probably rolling into maybe somewhere between 100 to 1,000 construction and businesses that are related to multifamily properties, and rolling them up and doing more of a BlackRock, Blackstone kind of private equity kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So that's what the future is holding for me, to kind of look at a global scenario where the global world, especially in the Latin American, in the Indian, and in the African markets, there's going to be 4 billion plus people in Africa, 3 billion people in Asia, and probably 2 billion people in Latin America. So there's a lot of building and construction to be done. And so I want to be able to have hands on that as a minority and be able to take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm. Do you have that? Did I hear you say that you have a business where you also help others learn that? Or
right.
Do you also have others that can join in as a collective and
Both.
purchase?
Both.
Okay.
So it's more of a teaching and a coaching kind of thing as well.
Okay. Good to know.
Mm-hmm. So then does this only apply to the US, or is it also other countries as well?
Global.
What is global?
I'm going to be the key player in the African and the Asian market, as well as in Latin America. You know, my thing of it is, when you think of housing, you want to think of the Ross brand. When you think of real estate, you want to think of the Ross brand. You know, I say it best now. The goal is, when I catch cold, everybody gets pneumonia. So that's the business model.
Oh, God.
You know, you want to be that strong in those markets. So that's why I say about how Ms. Harris pulled that off. She was close enough, so there's still a second tier. So my thing of it is, if I don't get as close as I want to be, the bottom line of it is at least understand the fear and the hunger of how intense he was. He made it to a certain point, and then, you know, that's next generation.
In Nova Scotia, we've had a housing crisis for years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can't build fast enough, and every single person doing construction, whether they're skilled or not, is so busy for the next year, and some of them are booked 5 years in advance, just because there's so much going on that you can't even get your roof replaced.
Yeah, but see, now the issue becomes the following. As the banks start falling, because the banks now are basically in a lending position where they've got too much debt out there. So we're at an all-time global high of global debt. You know, the U.S. and the world has never been as much debt as it's been in. So a lot of those builders are going to be out of business probably within the next year or 2 years. So we're looking at that kind of crisis, whereas we're looking at probably 5,000 banks now around the world. We'll probably be down to probably less than 250. So this is going to be a major crisis. You know, nobody's calling it, and I'm calling it early on, that over the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to see Wall Street go through the greatest pain in history. It'll make 1929 look like Disneyland.
Yeah, I so agree. That's one of the things that some of the people who I associate myself with, that's one of the things that they're all talking about right now, and purchasing assets. So I can't wait to hear, and to, when this is done, to look up you know, what the services are that you do. Because I was just having a conversation about purchasing some property in Africa. I've been saying it for a long time that I wanted to do just that, but also looking at what would you say to do here in the United States, because we have a serious man-made housing issue. and
Correct.
where we have also criminalized and weaponized homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
And so how would you respond to that? What is your thought process?
See, there is no such thing as a housing crisis in the United States.
That's why I said man-made.
That's right. There is no lack of buildings, because we have manufactured buildings, we have industrial buildings, we have all different types of buildings that are sitting vacant. We have land that's sitting out there that's relatively available. The problem is whether government regulations are going to be cleared through, and whether or not there are individuals that want to step forward and actually do what's necessary as far as this HUD, this Section 8, and on and on. The programs are there. It's just a matter of all the red tape is what's stopping it.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the U.S. here, if you're looking at the secondary markets like the Akron, Ohio's, the Pattersons, the Joliets, if you're looking down south there in the Panama City, the Pensacola and so forth, those secondary markets are what's going to be key, because that's where people are going to go. They can't stay in the city. The average inner city market, New York, Chicago, Miami, and so forth, is $4,000 for rent.
Mm-hmm.
People can't pay because the cost of living is what, $15 an hour, 18? That doesn't give you anything.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to be looking at those secondary markets, because so many investors are coming out of New York, LA, and Chicago and raising the prices.
Yeah, and that's what I see too with the policies and all of that. It's geared towards push out. It's geared towards gentrification, and the intention behind it, to me, is what's disgusting in many ways.
But you have small towns that are sitting blighted, vacant.
You know, it's interesting that you say that, because I have a friend right now that just wrote a whole Fight the Blight program, but I'm watching how her mayor won't put it through, and it could stop a lot of that blightedness that is happening in this urban community. But yet we know why he won't push it through, because of his developers who are going to make the money off the people, and again cause that push out. Is what we see that's happening. So now it has to be this whole movement of the community that's coming together to put a demand on some of these things, that they begin to happen, so that even the elders can keep their homes that they've had for years.
See, strangely enough, the U.S. government is going to find itself as the landlord of choice, because Section 8 and government programs over the next 10 years will be the programs of choice, because nobody will be able to afford staying in these homes. You know, you're going to have whole neighborhoods, suburban areas that are going to be sitting empty. When we talk about $1 million homes, right, this is a good one. There are approximately $500,000 homes on the market. There are so many millionaires. Who's going to buy those $1 million homes? So they're going to sit boarded up and eventually get torn down. That's what happened in Detroit, and I can go on and on. So this is what's happening. We're looking at facing a urban suburban blight across the board over the next 4 or 5 years. It'll take probably 5-10 years out before people recognize what has happened and then decide to do something about it.
Yeah, the recognition is key to so many different areas. Do you have ways of helping people who are either in the US or not in the US of recognizing some of these patterns before they start to happen?
See, that's the thing. I've been doing it on the podcasting basis and talking about this for the longest, but here's the catch. Nobody really wants to recognize what the problem is until it's too late. You know, I give all due kudos to Mr. Powell there at the Federal Reserve and on, and Paul Volcker back in the day. By the time they wake up and realize there's a problem, inflation is now 10 times greater than what it was. Unemployment is 25 or 30%, and on and on. So those of us that are economists and so forth will say the same thing. This should have stopped a long time ago, but case in point here now. Right now, unemployment in the United States is technically 20%. Nobody's talking about that, but it's technically 20%. Because if you look at the number of companies that are going out of business, where are these people going? They're going on unemployment rolls. So there's a hold off while they're on unemployment. But when unemployment stops next year, then the catch up happens. That's the problem. Because these businesses are gone. If you look around the retail stores, you look around in some of your suburban and urban areas, are you not seeing businesses that used to be there a year ago gone? Are you not seeing things from Big Lots to automobile dealerships and on, gone? Where those people go? The average business employs, say, 5 people. Those 5 people are employing 5 other people, which are employing 5 other people. So it's a dynamics. All of a sudden, you lose 5 people, you lose 50 people. This is what's happening. But nobody's talking about it just yet because it hasn't hit. And they'll wait until Mr. Trump's administration walks in and we'll be like, well, the tariffs did it. No, they didn't. This goes all the way back to Reagan. Nope. Nope. All the way back. The trickle-down theory never worked.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with U.S. politics that much. I'm not familiar with Canadian politics that much.
What I'm talking about when I said about the trickle-down principle. What it does
I figured, yeah.
The administration basically said at that time, we're going to turn around and just let things just roll down because the set class will have X amount of dollars and they'll just let the money just dwindle down to the masses. Didn't work that way. The masses never got close to it. And the poor that were still poor still stay poor. Like, for example, when he got rid of air traffic controllers, right now we're still suffering from an air traffic controller problem because they went out on strike at that time and they lost their jobs because he fired them all. Well, guess what? 30 years later, we still have air traffic controllers that aren't hired because guess what? You have the problem now, either mental illness, you have the problem of either A, they're not competent, B, you have to train them and so forth. So we're dealing with now 50,000 planes in the air and there's 4 or 5 controllers in each area market. So it's like, we got a problem. But that happened back during the Reagan administration and it never got fixed. So the FAA has been faulted for quite some time. So what do they say about history repeats itself?
Yeah. I want to move a little bit into the ways that you share your message. Like the typical ones tend to be the speaking on the stage, the writing of books, podcasts like this. What ways have you chosen to share this message with people?
It has been through podcasting. It has been through speaking on stages. It has also been through a book. Now I've got one that's out now, an anthology. It's Leadership DNA, where I talk about leadership. And my chapter is talking about adversity. What adversities you go through to get to a point where you're able to be strategic about your lifestyle and be able to talk about the things you've been through to get to where you got to go next.
Do you have?
Yeah, it's Leadership DNA. You can find it on Barnes & Noble, Amazon, and so forth.
Do you have the physical copy with you?
I do. I don't have it handed out and bring it.
Like I'm a visual person. I love when you can show us. Okay.
Let me see if I can find it here real quick. But that is another one. The other book that's going to be coming out now in next June will be Defeating Mental Gymnastics That Prevent Peak Performance and the 25 power phrases that give you the transparency to create great things. So those are the other two.
Nice. Did you always want to be a writer?
No, that happened by accident too.
Oh, see, that's the kind of story that I like to hear. How did it happen by accident?
Because I decided to myself that there must be something that, as I say, is out there that will allow me to turn around and reach more people. So that's how that happened. And a book was a key because, even if they don't pick it up, you can say you're an author and people will be like, oh, okay, let me read about that. So that's how that happened. It was by accident.
Can you give us maybe one or two?
Can you see it there?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. Somewhat, yeah.
Enough that if we go and search it, I know which book is right and which one is wrong.
So it's a red and white cover. And it has the DNA symbol on it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So that's basically what it was all about. In order to get the message out, you're going to have to sing something. So what I did was I talked about my own personal struggles, from bankruptcy to dealing with, foreclosure and all the whole things that you deal with just in an inner city environment, especially being a minority. All these things my parents did to buy the first house and to go through the struggles and so forth, dealing with divorce, dealing with child support. So I talked about all the adversities that I dealt with and then said, okay, let's put in the message. At first, it was like, do I tell this stuff? Do I actually tell it the way it is? Do I actually say it? And then I'm like, oh, hell, what the hell? Put it out there. The worst that can happen is, like I said, hell, no, and no. So I put it out there.
And BS. There you have it, right?
Right. So I worked with it. So I said, I'm going to have fun with this. And so now I have fun when you go on a stage and you do a talk and whatever else, you have fun with it. You say, you know what, this is actually what I went through. Now, when I was going through it, wasn't quite nice, but now when you talk about it, it's kind of fun because you can laugh about it.
Mm-hmm. Laura calls that your sparkle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your sparkle.
Like when you speak from that healed place, instead of going back to the pain and sitting in that pain with your audience, I want you to be able to look at that pain and feel that pain, but I don't want you to sit in the pain. Because when you sit in the pain, then it feels like the audience needs to support you. And that's not what you're doing when you're trying to be the expert.
Yeah.
Right.
So it makes a big difference. So, you know, it took a while to figure out, how do I say it? What do I want to say? And then I figured out, okay, this cannot be PG. I've got to say the things I want to say. So, so that word in front of the no BS is the F word. So I was like, you know what?
Oh, okay.
That's
what it is.
I'm not annotating this. So
I wrote it down.
In the book, you'll see when I say it just that way. You know, no effing BS. You know, because you can't take somebody saying to you, well, my struggle is, and I'm like, you know what? Struggle is what it is. Okay. Now the question of the hour is, can you deal with that? So that's why when the thing about the 25 mental power phrases came about, transformation, and that defeating mental gymnastics that prevents peak performance, that's why those two books are coming out next. Because I'm talking about it. You got mental gymnastics going on in your head, like Nadia Comaneci when she was doing the various jumps and so forth. And I'm like, your head's doing it all the time. So how do you turn around and get to peak performance? Because one of the big things I talk about is every time I go out for a talk, and I'm thinking to myself, now who out here is going to say something that I'm not going to like? You know what? So that becomes a problem. So I developed another program from that, because I want to say what you're going to say, Dr. D. The other program I came from that was the concept of every morning I say, you know what? Who's going to uck up my day to day? So when the day is over with, nobody messes with me. I'm like, all right, cool. I had a good day. When something happens, I'm like, all right, it's all good. You know, I expected it. It's all good. I can't get mad.
Preparation.
That's right. You got it. You got it. I'm good. I'm good.
Preparation. I want to know, can you give us two of those, maybe like one or two of those 25 phrases that you spoke about?
Yes. The first one that I think is most important is understanding perspective. Just because you woke up this morning does not mean that somebody else had a good morning. Okay? So you're coming at it trying to figure out, well, why are they going off on me? Well, maybe last night him and his wife had a little spat. Maybe last night he was on the couch. Maybe last night he was going through something. So understand the perspective of who we're dealing with and where they're coming from. And what I call that is realize that your life may be completely different from theirs, especially if you're at Starbucks, especially if you're at a restaurant, you're waiting for your meal, you're like, it's been 2 hours. The guy behind the counter there might not have no money. He might have just turned around and just barely got to work. And you are complaining about a hamburger? Be realistic, okay? Just think about that. The other power phrase, which is also most important, is disgust. How disgusted can you be, okay? Truly. When you think about, I look around sometimes, you see somebody with no arms, no legs, and they're going through something. And you're complaining about, oh, well, I'm disgusted. About? This man is barely trying to get by. You know, when I see him, they're going to work, or they're at Home Depot, or they're someplace at Big Lots, or they're someplace at Walmart, and they're at a cashier. I saw a cashier that had so many problems. I'm like, you know what? God, I'm blessed. Because the problems that she's got, and she's still cashiering, just being able to get that stuff down the lane there, she all good. So I know I'm all good. So you can't get disgusted.
Okay. That's perspective. Now that one's perspective for me.
Right. So you're just thinking about some of the things you go
for a minute. I have to sit in that one for a minute, but because I'm trying to hear perspective. Yes.
Right. So just thinking about some of the things. So I actually take tactical things and lessons and so forth and say to folks, just think about where you are and think about situations you're going through, and don't think that you're powerless. Okay, that's the bottom line when I say the power phrase. Don't think you're powerless, because if you're able to each morning wake up and say, you know what, I can breathe the fresh air, I can turn around and get to work, I can make some money, you got power. Because there are many people that are now, as we speak, that are now having their last breath.
Right. That's what I was thinking. The fact that you just have awakened is another opportunity. That's what I hear you saying.
Even on those days where we have our own struggles compared to ourselves, helps us to find better gratitude in those days. I've had days where, like, I get heart palpitations. And so sometimes I'll take a nap and I can't wake myself up. I'll wake up and I'll have the heart palpitations, and then I'll fall back asleep. And this cycle happens for 2 or 3 hours at a time. And then I have days where I just wake up with the slightest heart palpitations. It makes me so grateful to not have to go through that again.
That's right.
Right? It's like the progress that's happening and having that perspective. Yeah.
And then the third one I'll throw in there is appreciation. Appreciate every moment, no matter what it is. Because sometimes you don't appreciate the fact that, I use a story that I saw in Chicago with the bakery. The baker turned around and he was closing his bakery down. The man sat outside for years. And one of the questions that was asked to the guy that was sitting outside, he was homeless. The guy asked him, said, let me ask you a question. Why did you never go into the bakery and ask for food? Why did you not ask for a job? He said, I didn't know. Now, the moral of that story was that he was so focused on that he was homeless, he didn't think to himself to appreciate the fact that all he had to do was walk up the steps and ask the guy. He needed help. He would bring donuts out. He never appreciated the fact of what he had going on. So one of the things that I say to people is appreciate the fact that sometimes God comes to you in a strange place. He doesn't come to you the way you want. He delivers you a message, but you ain't listening. Okay. So like sometimes when you're driving down the street and your path gets cut off, maybe you weren't meant to be there at that time. Maybe for whatever reason that the bus was late. Maybe it wasn't meant for you to be there at that particular moment. I had it happen. I was driving down Interstate 87 and there was a truck that had, if you want to call it, a couch behind it. So I pull off on the rest stop and I'm like, that couch is going to fall off. About 4 or 5 miles down the road, there was a car that it was sitting on top of, and the guy was over in the median. So it wasn't meant for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh wow.
So sometimes those things happen. That, appreciate the fact that sometimes things happen on purpose. It's not a matter of it's, some bad thing. It's a matter of maybe God's working through the Satan, if you want to call it that, for your betterment.
I heard a reel somewhere. I don't remember where it was or who it was that posted it, but basically it was saying, "Oh, you're making a prayer or a wish or something for God or universe or spirit, whatever it is that you believe in." They're like, "Yeah, it's like that nasty genie where they'll grant your wish, but not in the way that you asked for it."
Be careful what you ask for, is what I say. Be careful.
It's like, how many times has that happened in my life? Or in all of our lives where we're like, oh, I want better friends. And then all your friends leave.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, dang. But that's what I asked for. It's not quite what I asked for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're getting better friends now because you're learning what you want in the future you, and those ones don't align with it. So, if only it was a nice genie and not a nasty genie. So Darius, I also want to make sure that we know, where to find you and your favorite way to communicate.
I've got the podcast. You can reach me at dariusaross.com. That's the website. It's DARIUSAROSS Ross.com. Or they can send me a direct message at darius@dariusross.com.
Do you like email? Is that what you prefer?
That's email. Yeah. Either one. Doesn't make a difference. I'm flexible.
See, I'm not an email person, and that's why I always ask. Because, what do you prefer to communicate on?
No, I'm a telephone guy too, so I understand completely. Pick up the phone, you want to reach me. The number's always on there because it's much easier.
Yeah. Do you have a physical location too?
Yeah, I'm in New York City there, downtown.
For your business, or do you just mean personally?
Both.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're a storefront guy, so you're not you're not like, nobody can have my number. No.
I'm easy.
What part of New York?
Downtown, Lower Manhattan.
Okay.
I haven't been to New York.
In the Trinity area, where the church is.
Okay.
So then I also want to know, okay, we have about 5 minutes left of depending on which question I ask, who knows how long it might be. If there was an ideal way or your favorite way that you could share your message. So let's say, pretend you want to be a speaker and maybe you want to speak in a stadium with 10,000 people, and maybe you have a favorite stadium. I don't know. Whatever that looks like, what would be your favorite or ideal way of sharing your message?
It would probably be, interestingly enough, at a rock concert, some of the ones they have overseas.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because sharing would have to be through music, because people now relate to music much better than anything else. I myself the same way. I've got thousands and thousands of CDs. So through music, I'd wanted to always collaborate with a rapper to create a messaging song or a rap that flows with the message that I want. So everybody be like, yeah, that's the guy. That's the D-man. That's him. Because everybody says the D-man. That's the D-man. That's his message.
Do you rap?
No.
Do you want to rap?
DJ, yes. Nah.
Do you want to sing? I don't know. I'm just kind of.
Yeah. DJ.
You want to help write it. You just want somebody else.
I want to write the song. I want to write the rap. I can tell you what the lyrics would be, how it would sound, and so forth. You know, and it would be like, okay, I get it. The guy's message is deep because he's getting the point across. You know, the bottom line of it is no matter what you're going through, there's a way out. No matter how you're feeling, do not turn around and think that life is come to its end, because no matter what, there's an angle to put yourself in a better space. You just got to figure out where you are and recognize that however you got there is going to be a little bit different than getting out of there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I want to play a little bit more right in this space. What would it take to have you rap your own song that you wrote?
The right beat and the right melody.
Okay, so you're not saying never. You're just saying things need to align.
Yeah. See, it's got to be a little between Biggie, Tupac, and Eminem. You know, I got to get the lyrics got to be right up in there somewhere, and I'm in business.
And you're gonna send it to us as soon as you create it, right?
Oh yeah,
because that sounds wonderful.
Most definitely. You know,
Biggie, Tupac, and Eminem. Oh,
that's
so
right.
Good.
Yeah, that would be dope.
Well, I know, right?
You know, the beats of each one of them, and then, you know, the background to it, and I got to throw the other guy in there shine. You know, I got to have each one of them have a little bit of something in their melodies and so forth.
Okay, I have to tell you this because we've been talking music all week. One of my favorite songs is called All Over the World by the Rascals.
Mm-hmm.
It just like the melody of it, the way that they're rapping, and there's just a little bit of singing to it. It gives me such feel-good vibes that it's like somebody's giving me a hug every time I listen to that song.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean, you want to be able to get that touch where so forth. I mean, I was a great fan and still am of Mary J. Blige. Because when I was going through the struggles, I could connect with hers. And she brought you to a place where you'd be like, you know what, I'm hurting like you. I'm feeling the pain. I knew exactly where you are. So that's the kind of thing when you say about, you know, the connection to it. It's like there's certain times in your life where there's certain artists that bring you right where they need to be. And you're like, yeah, that's it.
I know. And Simone Denny is another one of my favorite. She knows it. She knows I love her. But man, the vocals. So good. Okay.
Mary J. Blige the other day, I was like, girl, you need some of Mary right now. What is the song? I like what I see when I'm looking at me, when I'm walking. I was like, yes, girl, go do what you need to do and keep moving. Yes.
That's right. That's it. That's it.
Yes.
That was one of the songs I listened to too when I was learning how to love my body. I was like, yup, walking past the mirror. That's so scary. I know. She's okay.
That's it.
Darius, before we go, we have about a minute left. I'd love to hold space at the end for anything that's on your head or in your heart that you just need to share.
I think one of the most important things I'd share with your audience is just that right now we're going to be in a difficult time going forward. So folks just need to make sure that they keep their wits about themselves and just understand these moments and these times will dissipate, but just be prepared to make sure they get themselves in a financial position and then a mental position to be able to deal with the current climate, both on the racial basis, on the economic basis, on the political basis, so people don't get more crazy than they already have gotten under the circumstances. It's like, calm down. It's going to be okay. We're going to get through it.
Not the good kind of crazy. Yeah. Thank you so much, Darius, for playing with us. And thank you for allowing a little bit of flexibility at the beginning here. I appreciate you being here with us.
No problem. It's my pleasure. Miss Lake, Miss Dr.
Dean. Yes. I'm going to look you up.
Appreciate it. Thank you both.
Awesome. Have a great day, Darius.
You well. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Our next guest is behind the scenes. At this point, I'm going to shrink. And hopefully it'll keep shrinking nicely for me. Daylee, if you're ready to come up to stage, just give me a thumbs up. Oh, 1 second. Okay, awesome. As I try to sit on a chair that turned around. I know.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm loving the flow of this day.
Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun to be on the other side?
Ooh,
where you get to playfully mess with people?
Yes. And I'm just loving how everything is just on, for me in the States, right? Thanksgiving Day. It's just really having that thing. It's like a thankful theme that I'm hearing. Why are you so bright all of a sudden?
I've asked the same question many times.
Oh,
Because we don't get outside.
What happened to your lighting?
I don't know. It tends to do that, but sometimes when I do this, it fixes. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh, yes.
It's because I have the dark background and my skin is like the complete opposite of the wall that my lighting goes crazy when I move.
That was funny. Wow, but you did your thing and it came right back. So,
It came back. Hi, Daylee. How are you today?
Great.
Laura, I'm gonna run and get some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Oh, we are having so much fun, Daylee. We are laughing and playing, and it's absolutely fun. So
It is a magical day.
it is a magical day, and I hear you have lots of magic inside of you.
Yes, I do.
Yes, short answer, yes. So I'm gonna.
I have a lot of magic to share and a lot of guidance that I've been blessed with. And because of wonderful light beings like you, we're on the cusp of something just completely not just magical but phenomenal. And it's all coming together. All the pieces are fitting into place. I just finished my book chapter yesterday. I'll be submitting it today. And
for the new Blue Talks book?
The Blue Talks number 14.
Oh, nice. Which one? Which people are in 14? Like the
I don't know that well.
You don't know.
I'm focusing on what I need to bring to the table. And and it happened very quickly because I only knew that I couldn't submit part of my book for next year because I sent in a chapter to both Corey and Heidi took a look at it and said, oh, no, they're going to want more. It's very intriguing and they're going to want more, so you can't do that. They're going to say, where's the rest of this? This is just getting going. So we went ahead and I had 2 weeks. I started on the 14th or 15th to put it together, and I just finished and created the document and transferred into Word yesterday, so it's ready for submission. I even sent a copy for Heidi to read, but she said, I doubt if I'll read it before next week, and I have to submit it, but I'm happy with it. So
nice. And to remind you and other people, it's going to look something along the lines of this, right? We've got the business, life, and the universe, some sort of universe, nature, people type image, and then all the faces on the back. You're going to be on the back, Daylee.
I'm also going to be on the front.
You're going to be on the front?
Yes, because I'm bringing the universe.
Oh, you're bringing the universe. So good.
Living with fifth dimensional energy.
Oh, interesting.
That's what I've been blessed with my whole life. And I even included, to me, Heidi hit the nail on the head, bring something they're not going to see in the book. So what I do is I introduce people to me, what I am, how I got to who I am, and how I've been blessed. Like I had intergalactic brothers and sisters that did the Star Trek thing with me till I was the age of 5 or 6. And then they stopped coming. But they used to beam in without the heavy light show or anything like that. They just appeared. And I would play with them. And I only remember a couple of names, 2 or 3 names. Ege, Lane, Sirsha. And there were 7. So their final time that they came to say goodbye. I'm like their astronaut here on Earth, and they left me with the mission, and I couldn't figure out that mission for the next 50 some years until about 10 years ago. I'm 69 today.
Are you? Happy birthday.
Thank you. And I can't think of a better way to spend my birthday than with you.
That's so sweet.
Because you are one of the most loving individuals I've ever come across. And you are curious. You want to know. And I've got a lot that I found out that I can share, and they keep giving me information. So I was a tiny bit 1% worried. What am I going to say? How am I going to say it? And then I got the downloads almost immediately. When I was told around the 14th or 15th, we had, I think we had a meeting, and then I talked to Heidi a week later, and I found out no, you have to submit something different. You've got till the 30th to do this. Okay. If anyone can, I can. So I did, and I did it in 13, 14 days. I put together a chapter. It's not very long. It's only about 1,000 pages, 1,100 with the index and the bio. It comes out to 1,130, includes a bio, specially edited for the chapter.
Yes.
And I borrowed a lot of it from the bio on the back of my book for next year. So, and that's 99% done virtually. I just have one exercise to add into chapter 3, and then finish the whole document. It's in Google Docs, so it's
good.
It's rather easy as a writer. To me, anybody who's a writer has to start with Google Docs because it's very writer friendly. And when I transferred it over last night, though, I had a glitch, and everything kind of got scrambled when I put it into Word because I didn't preset the document. So I had to edit for an hour and a half and then save it and all that. And it's fun. It's fun talking about the hidden realities that nobody else wants to talk about, but they're there. They're always communicating. So we're like a conduit between the universe and Gaia, Mother Earth. And we are constantly being part of their energy. I have the blessing and the curse of feeling it all the time. I'm always buzzing. So I don't need any pills. I don't need any drugs, booze, all that stuff, because I'm already wired in. Thank you very much.
I want to pause here just for a second because I want to dive deep, but I don't want to learn too much about you before I ask you my initial question. Because the whole point of this initial question is to learn about you before we learn about you. But I'm so interested. I want to get it. Okay. So we'll go back just for a second, and then we'll come back to this. So here's my question, Daylee. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be? I love how everybody does this. They're like,
light being.
What?
Okay. Divine light being.
Oh, okay. Divine light being. All as one word. Okay.
Well, 3 words.
Well, yeah, but you gave yourself a title instead of adjectives.
Yeah, the reason I could make it for divine light energy being, but it's really something that I'm very in tune with and aware of. And when you read what I've written, and Heidi has her permission to share chapter 1 with you, has my permission to share chapter 1 that I sent her from the big book. And it wouldn't have qualified anyway. It's over 2,000 words. It's like 2,200 and some. Okay. But what I've done is I'm very aware as a reader what you're looking for when you read something. You want to be able to refer to it if it's really got information that you can use to enhance whatever you want to enhance. In my case, in lifting your vibration, to be able to be aware of so many things around and inside of you, then you want a reference guide to that. So what I did with every chapter is I created an index guide to each chapter. And I did that with this chapter to the book. So there are 10 small sections in this chapter, each with a title. And so what it makes it easier, it makes it easy for somebody who wants to use this to connect with everything. And this is how you connect with everything. I have been blessed and guided, whether it's Gabriel, Metatron, Michael, they have given me the information, and it's big, and it's flowing, and it's sequential. And I started this 7.5 years ago after I started doing light energy sessions 10 years ago. And that's when everything started to come together. How, why, everything, why I was here, what my purpose was, what my mission is. And so when you realize that you've got more to offer than just being the third dimensional being, but how everyone in the third dimension is trying to look for something more than their third dimension. They know there's something more out there. I've been blessed to share what's more, and to take you into a tour of the galaxy, so to speak.
So I have a question. You had mentioned Gaia, and you had mentioned
universe, source.
Megatron. Is that what you?
Yes.
Yeah, and Michael. I'm learning all these names.
Raphael.
Sorry?
Raphael.
Oh, Raphael. Yeah. There's so many.
And Gabriel. Those four.
Gabriel.
So Gabriel's the archangel of messenger. Okay. So a lot of people who've read the Bible see that he appears throughout the Bible as God's messenger. What I know them as is great beings of light. I don't necessarily, because when they shine, it looks like it could be angel wings, but they're huge beams of light, and they're there and they're real. They like, I didn't know if you knew this, but if you were to Google Archangel Michael's domain near Earth, you would find it Banff National Park. And that's just down the road from where I live, an hour away, an hour and a half. You're in, and you feel a serenity when you enter the mountains. You feel the magic of the mountains and the protection of the mountains, and how they are just an incredible source of protection and love and light. And I took pictures a few years back. My son first started to drive, my oldest son, about 8 years ago, and he just couldn't get enough of driving everywhere. So we went on a few trips to the mountains, and one time we were in Banff, and we decided to go around Tunnel Mountain, and we'd stopped, and we were taking pictures of everything. Well, I was taking so many pictures, I didn't realize that when I looked back on the pictures and I zoomed in, there were faces on the rock on Tunnel Mountain, hundreds of them, just frozen in time. And some of them look like little gargoyles and things like that, all kinds of, it was like, there's so many more. And I found out on that trip, there were other faces in other mountains, and they cried. They're like living beings, believe it or not. So when people want to go and do mining and this and that, they're actually, they're doing destruction to Gaia herself, because there is so much magic that we're not even aware of. But when we look and love and open up, it just appears, and it appears out of nowhere. I've been through 3 abduction attempts, and the first one was when I was 5. 2 weeks into going to school, I didn't have kindergarten. I was going to grade 1, and a lady stopped and tried to pick me up, or was calling to me for something. And, don't talk to strangers, just keep walking, and she kept calling, and she started, and I looked and I saw she was a blonde in a newer vehicle, and she was on the other side. And I thought, oh no, it's not Marilyn Monroe. Could it be? And I'm thinking, because Marilyn Monroe, that was the last fall she was still alive. She was still alive then. And so this is September, and I kept walking, and she started to get more urgent and started to almost scream at me. And I looked at her and I thought, no, you're not Marilyn Monroe. I'm that's the only way I might get curious. So walked over and went to school. So I knew, when I look back over the years, a lot of children disappeared. A lot of children on the way to school would get kidnapped. And that was the first one. The second one actually happened about 9 years later in 1970, when a friend of friends of mine had us over to his tire shop, and we were watching the first game the Vancouver Canucks ever played on TV, Saturday night, hockey night in Canada. And I said, I'll call my dad to get a ride home. He said, no, I'll take you home. And then he decided to drive outside of the city and started breaking down. And instead of turning right to go to my house, he went the other way towards where the intersection of two highways were. And he decided to drive south and out of town. And he had a rifle in the back on the floor, propped up against the seat, and he was talking about he didn't want to live anymore. And here I am, I'm 14, and I'm the smallest 14-year-old you can imagine. I'm 5 feet tall, and he's 6 feet tall. And there's no way I can help it as he's molesting me and talking to me at the same time and driving and breaking down and wanting to die. Now, I know he's got 3 children, so I had him focus on the love. And I talked. So I didn't know at the time, really. I did, and I didn't. I was bartering for my life, but his life. And I didn't look at it as for me. I looked at it, I put the focus on him and what it meant to him to not give up, to live for them, what it would do. They need their dad. Now, I didn't know if he molested them like he was molesting me, but, I would never go back in time on sexual assault. It's done. It's over. Let it go. But it was the second abduction attempt on me, and this one was successful. And I noticed as we were heading south, heading out of town, he finally, that mile that we drove, the minutes that it took to get there, and it was only like a minute and a half. It wasn't long, but then he decided to turn right and to go towards where I lived. But we had another mile to go, so I kept talking to him. And then he turned right at the next mile road again to my street, and which was the second biggest street in the city, and it just went right down. And he brought me home. And I was awake all night. Do I say something? Do I not say something? If I do, there could be a lot of consequences and not positive. So I just let it go. There is the battle that you have with your mind. Do I say something because there's children at stake? But what if I do, and then the police show up, and then this guy's armed? I can't tell my dad because, again, this guy's armed. And he had a temper, he'd overreact, and it wouldn't end well. So all this on the back of somebody that's not yet 15, and I just let it go. Give it love. He survived, I survived, and the children survived. The family survived. So I think that was something I probably could have been very good at, conflict resolution, settling these major strikes. there's always common ground you can find. The thread that binds us all, the thing that, what do you love best? What do you, and get to that, and try to focus on our strengths as opposed to our weaknesses, because the number one thing that ruins humanity is their self-judgment. You're the worst critic you'll ever have of yourself is yourself. And you don't need to be. You just need to let it go and know that you're doing the best you can. Everyone's doing the best they can with what they've got, with the knowledge that they have. The more knowledge that we can give you to help yourself, then the better you can realize your expectation of being the highest self you can ever become. But it's something that takes a lot of work, but it's worth it. And I'm here to tell you, it's worth investigating and getting to know who you really are, because that's everything. It's not the TV, it's not the news, it's not Facebook, it's not any social media, because those are only distractions from who you really are. So who you really are is the most important thing in the world, because you got to start with one to get to two. So when you go from the one that you are and expand that outward to the next person, you become a better version of yourself to help that person become a better version of himself, and then so on and so on. And then the multiplication of just one a day, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, it just explodes exponentially. If you did that at once a day for a month, see how much that gets you to, what is it, 1 million? 1,000? It's doubling, the doubling effect. So I know the value of the Blue Talks books. The Blue Talks books are our chance to make an impact of business and life with the universe. Exactly. I can't hear you.
Sorry. I put myself on mute.
Oh, no, you didn't need to.
Well, there were sounds in the background, so I tried to mute myself when that stuff happens. No, I love being able to share the visuals of the books, because then the next one is going to be similar, right? So then when people go, I want to get his book, what does it look like? There you go, something like that.
Yes, it's like the first one introduces me, and I could actually read the first page to give you an idea if you want a preview of what I'm sending in. Am I allowed to do that?
You're loud. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god. Okay. Welcome back, Dr. Anjali.
Hey. Hi, Daylee.
Hi. Glad to have you with us. So the book that I'm submitting, or the chapter that I'm submitting for Blue Talks number 14, is called Living with Fifth Dimensional Energy.
Just give us a snippet, though. Don't read us the whole chapter you're putting
in
the book.
No. Just the first page, I said.
You gotta tease them, yeah.
I'm here to tease everybody, because this is a teaser to my book.
Yes.
So why wouldn't it? And Heidi was 100% correct. Give them something that's going to want them to read more.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. And when I gave her my chapter 1 to read of the big book, she says, oh, yeah, you can't submit this because they'll want to read more as you get into this. Okay. Like there's exercises and tools that I have to increase your vibration. Things that I've discovered over the years that really work with connecting to the universe and to Gaia, Mother Earth, because we're always being communicated with the whole time. We just have to just raise our awareness just a bit to feel it, and then it gets increasing, and it gets almost distracting. It keeps me going 20 hours a day, and the other 4 hours I'm getting downloads. So the first part of Living with Fifth Dimensional Energy, the first section is called Universal Gifts. Ever since I was a small boy, I knew that I was able to see and hear other beings from other dimensions, as well as see what they were wearing, my 7 brothers and sisters. I could also feel vibrations all over my body, as well as manipulate time and space. Years later, I realized my ability to channel light energy to do some improbable things in sports, music, and other activities in life, as well as facilitate pain removal and body healing. But with those universal gifts came the realization that most people on Earth were either not able to have these gifts, but just maybe not even aware that they have access to some or all of them too. Now, the last part, I'm going to give you a tease of number 2. And this is just page 1. This is all I'm going to share. Now, a friend of mine, and we know who he is, talks about the synchronicities of life. You got that. You could turn on.
No idea who that is at all. No.
That things happen for a reason. And what I like to call the divine order of things. Now, more specifically, the reasons why we meet the people who we meet, connect with someone on a soul level, even make lifelong friends, or possibly even meet our spouse and soulmate. And I'll just finish this section. Many times events or chance meetings shape our future and who we eventually become. And sometimes it even recreates the present and changes everyone's future timeline. That's why we're here together right now, in this very moment, where the past, present, and future are colliding in this massive burst of light. That is both our promise and our destiny. That's the beginning. You want to read more, right?
I do. Actually, you're a good writer. I hear so much about the universe conversation, but
well, it's not spoken on enough in Blue Talks. And I'm here to change that.
Actually, it's spoken more than you think, Daylee.
Oh, it probably is. But I'm only speaking about the universe.
Yeah.
It's intertwined with the rest.
Yeah.
But I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
But it's not, because this how, if you turn Blue Talks or turn blue backwards and start with the U in the Blue Talks, the U, because that's you. You contain the universe inside you. You just aren't aware of that. The universe has all the crystals and cells, the trillions of them, that are like a star inside you. And that's why you have over 1 million points of light inside you. You just have to activate them. And they're easy to activate. That's it.
That's why we illuminate instead of radiate. Radiate has direction. Illuminate is everywhere.
That's right. That's right.
I do like that. So, Dr. Angeline, just to kind of fill you in a little bit, I'd like to ask Daylee to kind of recap what it is that you do, your message, like give her some context.
Did we do the 3 words?
We did. That's what I wanted to tell you when you came back. He decided to do it differently. Instead of giving like 3 individual descriptor words, he's like, I'm going to create a title for myself that is a descriptor of who I am. So he said, divine light being.
And that's what we should be. That's what all of us, that's what we should be. That's what we were born.
Exactly.
Born with divine purpose and divine light.
That's right. And it's part of us. It's part of the universe. And when we let go of all the judgment that we have for ourselves and others, but specifically ourselves, because that's blocking our awareness of that. When we allow that all to happen, then the magic occurs. The light shines. The light shines so much, you vibrate. Oh, and as I move my hands, there's another thing that you may not be aware of. I'm a divine light energy channeler. So I have had over 450 sessions of divine light healing, because it's there. It's there. It's how you manipulate the auric field around you and someone else's to clear recharge, and just resume business as usual. And it's there for us to change how we look at how we can heal our bodies, to be able to lift blocked energy in a matter of minutes that would take somebody weeks to heal. I've had the good fortune to come upon a person who'd sprained her ankle or had her motorbike fell on her earlier that day, and I lifted it and cleared it, never returned in 3 minutes, like it never happened. So it happens. It's there. I had somebody who was a 17-year-old rugby player was headed for double knee surgery. And 15 minutes on each knee, gone, never came back, checked a few weeks later, a few months later, never returned. She was almost embarrassed because she was so young, you know. The attachment we have, it's harder as you're older, but it still can be removed. It's there. It's always there. It's our purpose. I think the first person that I realized I could help was one of my best friends had an inoperable brain tumor. And this was 10 years ago, this month, November 2014. That Halloween, the day before, my wife and I were shopping in Superstore, and we came across his wife and her mother. And his wife was literally in tears because he was starting to go down so bad. He had been diagnosed after having 2 brain surgeries 6 months apart from 2013 to early 2014. And the 6-month review that they did back then, that it was inoperable and he was lucky to make Christmas. And she wanted me to come in because I can do massage therapy. And I came in and she says, just massage him. I'll pay you some money each time you come, $25. Well, okay, it'll cover your gas. Just please come. So I did. I started coming once or twice a week, but about the second or third time, I realized he was starting to go down at 25% so fast. Like he was walking with a cane the first week in November. The next week, he couldn't walk anymore. It was collapsing everywhere. They had to bring his bed down to the main floor. He needed a hoist to be moved around. He was 6'3", large man, 250 pounds. And I'm a small guy. I'm 100 pounds less than that. So I decided can I try some energy work on him? And she said, don't touch his head. I said, oh, don't worry, I won't. And now Reiki, some people touch, some people get within an inch and they move around, but it's very unchanneled. It's very misdirected. It can be, and it can be harmful. So what I did is I just worked in that area of clearing it and recharging it. And it seemed to work. It slowed everything down. When I do a session with somebody, usually they're out within a minute or two, they're gone. They're usually within 5 minutes, they're out of their body. So they're soul traveling. So and we did a lot of joint soul traveling sessions together. His favorite place was the beach and soccer, and just kick the ball around. And that's where we met on the inner. So it stopped his progression temporarily. They were prescribing heavy Demerol that would just virtually knock him out and put him, in a daze. He was taking Tylenol 3s, about 3 or 4 a day. She was cutting it back because he didn't need it as much as I started doing the sessions to 1 a day, maybe a half. And he said to me a month in, he says, we haven't quite solved it yet, have we? But we're getting there. And I thought, yeah, I needed to come more often. So November came and went. Christmas came and went. He had not changed. New Year's came and went. Valentine's came and went. But then I noticed a difference toward just after Valentine's. She needed a break and I came with my wife. Now the man was a car salesman and a car sales manager, general manager, that he knew the car business, but it's a very negative business. My oldest son is in it. And my wife said to him the last visit there, and I think I saw him once after that, she said, "Do you know that you're made of stardust?" And he looked up at her, and he had one eye shut where the tumor was behind the left eye. Almost shut. He's probably blind in that eye. And he says, he could barely move. And he lifted his head up and he says, "I know that." He would have never known that without the sessions to realize that he was communicating with the stars. He was made of stardust. And he passed away on the February the 28th that year. But he would have probably not made my birthday in November or close to it if I didn't somehow intervene in some way to give him that closure that his wife and him needed, some time together on his terms, to transition at home and not in a hospice, things like that. So that was the start. And then I developed a process after that, was just more than one. I realized that I could do this. I just had to develop a system for it. And then I put that system in chapter 2 of my main book. And I call it the golden spiral staircase. Because the galaxies move in circles, in spirals. And it's like an eternal dance between Andromeda and the Milky Way and other galaxies. And Andromeda is right above ours. And I resonate strongly with that. And it's like I'm from the future, here to bring what I know and ancient tools for 21st century survival.
Wow. Did you always know that you wanted to be a writer? Or that you
Actually, yes, I did. Even though this book started in 2017, because I couldn't help it. I kept getting these downloads and I had to make sense of them. So I started writing them out. And I didn't realize that they were coming in sequence.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not the writer. I'm the guy with the pen. I'm being guided on what to write. Everything I write is from above. It's not for me. So when you see my name, Daylee Grace, that's my spirit name. That's not my real earth name or given name by my parents. My name is Dale, but Daylee Grace is my spirit name. That's what my brothers and sisters called me. That's what even my grandma called me, was Dale with a Y. And my Jamaican chef at the restaurant that I work at a couple of weeks, a couple nights a week on Fridays and Saturdays, his name is Everton. And he always calls me Daylee. And I love hearing that. Daylee boy, what are we going to do today, eh? Going to have some fun, and we do. And I love him to death because he just loves life. And I love life. And you got to love life. And the only thing that's real that bridges all dimensions is love, is spirit. Mm-hmm. And it's the real thing. And, our souls sing. So as a writer, I started writing songs. And I knew the person in front of me was talking about music. Mm-hmm. And I know that well. I was a performer for 11 years. And in the old days, an Elvis singer. And unfortunately, my dad was a truck driver. He owned his own truck, and he was on the road a lot of the time. And so on the radio, the people that I heard the most were Elvis, mm-hmm. Johnny Cash, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Roy Orbison, and Gene Pitney, and all the singers, the late 50s, early 60s. So I grew up with music. I could imitate them all. I can do a dead even shot of Roy Orbison, Elvis, and Johnny Cash. And it was just because I heard those voices more than I even heard my own dad's. So it was part of me. So music is very much a part, but it's that thread that binds all creation. It's got a vibration to it. It's got a singing vibration to it. And we may have a beloved here on earth, but we also have one possibly in another dimension. Our higher, whether it's our mothership planet, star, wherever we come from. And you just have to go on Facebook and know there's hundreds of thousands of people that resonate with certain things, whether it's Syrians or Pleiadians, Andromedans, the list, Arcturians, the list goes on and on, of people that are light workers, light seeds, star seeds. It's there. And it adds up to in the millions. So do we have an opportunity to impact a lot of people once they find out about us with bLU Talks? I think we do.
I think so. I just want to make sure we have 3 minutes left. I want to make sure we know where to find you and what your favorite way is to communicate.
Well, I don't have a website because this is part of the third abduction. I told you I had 3 abduction attempts. The other one was through Masha. She abducted me to bLU Talk. She brought me to everyone else. And this is the third abduction. I'll tell you how it goes later, but I thought you'd like that.
Oh, we love Masha, yeah. Or I love Masha. I can't speak for everyone.
I love her too, because without her, I wouldn't be taking myself to this next level. And I have a page here that I'm going to hold up.
Okay.
It's my back. I don't know if you can read it. It's my bio. But on the bottom, is my email address.
Okay. Can't quite read it.
earthangel.dale@gmail.com.
Okay. Sounds good.
And Daylee Grace is Dale's spirit name.
Aw.
I have nothing to hide.
Nope. That's okay. So with the last 60 seconds or so, is there anything on your head or in your heart that you want to leave people with today?
I just think that we owe it to ourselves to constantly investigate to who we really are, because we might surprise ourselves. There's a lot inside us that's just waiting to connect with Earth and Gaia, whose name is Gaia, spirit name, Mother Earth. And that's our Earth Mother. She's always with us. She's always help guiding us, even though we may have another Earth Mother we were born to, or one that has adopted us, or 2 that are raising us, but also to the universe, because we're the conduit between, and they're always communicating with each other and to us through us. It's all there, and we're just a big part of it. And we really can find out how much more we relate to everyone and all that is. It may surprise us. It will totally shock some people that they didn't know things that they may be able to do once their awareness grows. So I'm here to help people grow their awareness to their multidimensional capabilities.
Thank you so much for sharing the vulnerable parts, as well as the fun parts, as well as the what kind of parts. I appreciate all of it. There's always at least one that's like, what? Yeah.
Yes.
No. Okay. Bring back the 80s reference.
Say
what? Yeah, we've survived a lot of those things that happened in the 80s and 90s and the last few decades.
Well, I will see you again soon. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful day.
You both as well. Take care.
Have a great day. Yes.
Okay, our next guest is behind the scenes. Deena, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Awesome. How are you? Long time no see.
2 whole days.
I
I've missed
know.
you so much.
It feels like it's been forever.
I know. That's how it always is with the best of friends.
Oh, okay. So this is going to be really fun because Deena was my co-host on Tuesday, Dr. Angeline.
No.
I've interviewed Dr. Angeline before, but now she's my co-host today. So now both of you have the experience of both sides.
Okay, this is cool.
This is fun.
Yes.
Okay, so you know how I roll, Deena.
I do.
Do you remember my question, and can you answer it without me asking?
The first one, I think,
Yeah.
I remember was 3 words that other people would describe me by using, what would those 3 words be? Something to that.
Close. So
Close.
close. That's where most people go. What 3 words would you love? Which would you love other people to use to describe you? Slightly different.
That does have a different. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, one that I'm constantly called by friends and even new acquaintances is sunshine. So that's so sunshine. I would say a creator and a connector. Those would be the top 3.
Connector. There we go. So sunshine. I get that all the time too.
Really,
like-
I love it.
All the time. I actually had one of our past interviewees, she described my voice as a sunshiny voice. I was like, that doesn't tell me what vocal range I have. Okay, so sunshine, creator, and
Delivered with sunshine, Laura.
Yeah. I mean, I know that now, but not what I wanted from her at the time. So the sunshine, the creator, and the connector. What does that have to do with your core message?
I love to make people feel how you feel when the sun hits you, and just seen, like warm, there's light, there's happiness, you're relaxed, you just feel like you melt a little bit, you shed some layers, and you feel that lightness in not only brightness, but it lifts you. And so that's the sunshine part. The create part is, oh, look, I love it. Happy light. The create part is that I love creating all kinds of things. So whether it's food, whether it's art or publications that I've done, like whether it's books or my podcast, events and opportunities. I like creating opportunities for people as well as then connecting. So I don't want anybody left out. So I love connecting people so that they feel seen and valued and heard. And who can I connect you with? What can I connect you with? Is there an opportunity? Is there an experience I can connect you with? Is there information I could connect you with? And I love doing that personally, but that's part of my work now too. And I didn't always realize why it filled me so much until I really started digging in, and fairly recently recognized that those values and those things that describe me are part of why what I'm doing is so important to me.
So, of course, I need to ask this then. Did I inspire a little bit of that with my question that I ask everybody? Or did that happen, that inspiration and awareness happen beforehand?
It was before, but it's recent. Like it's been in the last couple months, and I've been on some retreats and doing a lot of life work at a new level. And I think, like, I'm a lifelong learner. So every opportunity that I get to discover more about myself and how that can help and serve others, then it's really great. So to tap into something that I remembered and it fit. My mom told me that I had always, even as a child, was drawn to the ones on the outside, like the ones that were kind of maybe, the wallflower, they're trying to fade into the wallpaper. they feel left out, or they don't feel like they fit or belong. And I was always drawn to them, partly because I also felt that way to a certain degree. And so anybody that I saw as feeling less confident or comfortable than me, I was drawn to. And I just remembered that in the last few months and went, wait a minute, that's what I'm still doing. And as I grow and as I become stronger and allow myself to be seen and heard more, then I have even more magnetic pull to those people. And of course, the further I get from the wall, the more space there is between me and the wall, and the more people there are that are in that space. And so that's where it just keeps evolving, and I love it. So it's been part of my growth.
Can I add an extra layer of insight as to why you're so attracted to those people? Okay, because I love those people too. They are my favorite. I am what's called an ENFJ in personality types, which means extroverted, intuitive, feeling, judger. I read eyes, so your default seems to be more on, because I can't quite tell with your glasses and I made you small on my screen, but you seem very much like the intuitive feeler type too. The people on the walls tend to be the INFs, so the introverted intuitive feelers.
I'm more of the INF.
I know you're more of the
I am
introverted one.
I'm an extroverted introvert.
You're an outgoing introvert.
Yeah.
So the one on the walls, they tend to be the INFs. They do so much processing of all kinds of information already in their mind that really what they're waiting for is somebody like us who wants to have the types of conversations they want to have. So as soon as you go and interact with them on the level that they want to interact with, the beautiful conversations you can have. So good. So deep.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's good, Laura. I like that.
Whereas most people won't go as deep as they will.
Right.
Like they kind of want to be involved because they're the feeling intuitive types, but they're still introverted, so they don't want to be part of the main conversation yet.
Right.
That's so
good. It can be overwhelming, intimidating, a little, like they're not sure where it could go. I actually find that in another area of my work too. And
so, excuse me one second. I don't mean to interrupt. What is your work? Because I'm sitting here like, what in the world does the lady do?
Well, thanks for asking, Dr. Angeline. That's what I was just going to get into that. So I speak, and I have published books, written and published books, and I also publish 2 magazines and a podcast all around life changes and divorce. And what organically happens in those connections and conversations is something that's very close to my heart, is also building and bringing awareness around domestic violence and domestic abuse. And so what I have found is many times people hesitate to be part of those conversations, not because they don't think it's a real thing, but because they don't know, what if that person does need help? I don't know how to help them. I don't know where to send them. I don't know what to do. And so I've been that person. I've come from that experience, but I've also been that person where I thought, I don't want anything more to do with it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to be involved. But also, I realize that we avoid those conversations because we are afraid we won't have help or answers. So now with the connections I've made and are continuing to expand that network, I'm learning about organizations and professionals and services that are out there to help and support people through this very difficult thing that's happening to them and has been, or maybe even they are stuck in it, don't even realize fully the extent of the abuse. And so what I am loving is I have the opportunities to create awareness, but also, okay, what can we do? How can we help? And I find that, again, that's an example of these conversations that people aren't always comfortable to have. And I love being a little bit of a shift disturber that way, and jumping in there and creating some, like, let's stir things up a little bit, and let's get people talking and not just being neutral or ignoring things. So yeah, that's what I do with the podcast, with the magazines, with my speaking. and publications and, all those things, all these platforms that I've created, YouTube channel, and many different ways for people to find it and to interact with it, I guess. So hopefully that answers your question of, in general, what I'm doing.
Yes, that does. Thank you so much. And as a proud, unapologetic disruptor, I love your shift disturber. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. I actually just recently started a new talk show with a friend of mine that we're co-hosting, and it's called The Shift Happens Show. And so we talk about shifts that we really can't avoid or the ones that we want to create. Mm-hmm. So it's we have a lot of fun substituting the other SH word with shift because it fits. Like, it's a real shift show. Like, it's, you can fit, and we just crack ourselves up all the ways that we can use shift.
Yeah. Now that's interesting. I like that. Shift
it's
show.
Fun.
Mm-hmm. The shift happens. Oh my God, shift hit the fan.
Right? You're such a good shift.
Thinking about the other guests, you could do bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Talking about.
I think our first episode was right around the time of the Calgary Stampede, and I think we called it Cowboy Shift, maybe. I can't remember, but it definitely came up during the conversation. And we just had one yesterday. My co-host, it was her birthday, and so we talked about, we had a birthday party on the show, but we also, it was an opportunity to discuss things around birthdays, like how do you feel about aging, or how do you celebrate, or what about gifting versus giving, and things like that. And it was, there's always a way to make the topic fun, but also incorporate some mindset and challenge people about their thinking around things.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I love to be challenged in my thinking, right? Such growth and freedom.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah.
Ooh. I couldn't remember if I was on mute or not. I had to look up some phrases.
Oh, good. Oh my gosh. That's so fun.
Okay. But I'm gonna make the shift. Okay. So when you are full of love, it confuses people who are full of shift.
Oh yes, full of shift.
You need to let go of that shift.
How about holy shift?
Holy shift. I love it.
You have to shift in someone's Cheerios.
Oh my God.
You're in deep shift. Oh, that's a good one for personal growth. Shift talking. Shift, yeah. Shift. Okay, shift work doesn't work as well.
No, it's not. Well, but it's life work, shift work.
Okay, one more. Shift wit.
Ooh. That's a good one.
Okay, I had to. I'm sorry.
That's fun. Oh, you can see where it's very addicting. And pretty soon we're just like, we can't stop. When we first came up with the idea, and we're just firing messages back and forth with all these shift phrases. And I put together a document so that we could keep track of them and incorporate them in some ways. But it is a fun way to remember that it's possible to shift our thinking. We don't have to stay stuck in something just because we've been doing it a certain way or thinking a certain way. And also, like you said, Dr. Angeline, it's fun to challenge ourselves. And sometimes by challenging others and going, hey, I always used to think that too, but I've really started shifting my thinking about that. And now this is how I'm thinking. What do you, how do you feel about that? Or maybe this is a different way we could look at something. So it's fun.
Yeah. I'm even thinking about the phrase and how you probably can have fun with it too. Like saying, oh, shift, right?
Yep. Right? Oh, shift.
Yes. And
shift with the fan. That's another good one. Yeah.
Yeah. You have fun.
Oh, there was something. Oh, that's what it was. We're just going to play with the shift for just a little bit longer. One of our past shows, not this week, I think it was 2 past shows ago, I was asking people how they would love to shift the conversation within their industry. So just playing with that a little bit more, this can be a whole conversation, joke as well as serious, but how would you love to shift the conversation within your industry and your work?
Disrupt the stigma. So I find that there is still, even though half the population is dealing with a divorce or a separation, there's still a lot of negative stigma around divorce. So because of that, it was a struggle. When I first bought this magazine, it had been out for 11 years as a print. And it was very difficult to, people were reluctant to have a copy in their hands or to display in their businesses. And they said, well, that's a negative topic. Well, sure. Yes, it's a negative topic, but that doesn't mean it's not realistic. People still need support around this. That's what's making them stay stuck in shame and guilt. And the same goes for domestic violence, domestic abuse. And so by taking my publications to be digital, they're more accessible, they're easier to share, and you can also address some of that stigma because it's more discreet. You can send somebody a supportive link to one of my podcasts or the magazine or the newsletter, whatever it might be, and say, here, I'm thinking about you. I want to be able to help. So I'm addressing that awkwardness of not knowing how to help someone and feeling like you don't want to get into that conversation because you feel helpless, but also that people know that they aren't alone, that there are people who care and want to help. So disrupting that stigma. The other huge one, and this really is more to do with domestic abuse, and I keep saying domestic abuse violence because domestic violence is actually all forms, not just physical, all forms of abuse, but people still associate violence with the physical. So I'm still trying to get people to recognize that violence is not just physical, but I'm using both words. When it comes to that, I really want to be a force of change to quit pulling people out of the river and go upstream and try and create change upstream so that our next generations aren't perpetuating these types of environments or the damage that's happening. Let's go up and find out what's happening up there. How can we support families, parents, men, women? And it's 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men who are affected by domestic violence and abuse. So men aren't the bad guys. They're often portrayed that way. It's very important in my work too. I've been highly encouraged to niche out the men and really focus on the women. But the men make 35% or more of my audience. They participate, they need help. There's a reason that they're struggling with their mental health. What community is there for them? There's a lot less support for the men. So I refuse to niche them out, and I refuse to make them always the perpetrator / bad guy. So that is the ways I am trying to be a shift disturber in my industry.
I appreciate, and what kind of bothered me a little bit is like how people are still looking at divorce negatively, right? Yeah. And that whole word that you keep talking about, shift, right? I'm grateful we're separating, right? So that we can stop the madness that's happening. And I'm just looking at it from a different perspective, right? And I think about the kids who say, I just wish my mom and dad would just go ahead and get the divorce and stop thinking that they have to stay together for me because they're causing more harm for me, right? And so if we begin to look at, and I'm not for pro-divorce and all that kind of, please hear me, but if it's not working and you tried everything that you can try and you need to go your separate ways, how that's not negative, but that's healthy. Right. And so if we use your word shift, how does that then help our children in taking that negativity that's often then passed on to them? And then sometimes how they feel kind of responsible sometimes for the negativity. So yeah, that kind of like hit me when you were saying that.
That's very true. And that is something that I also try and make very clear. I as well I'm not promoting divorce. I'm just saying it's a reality. How can we support you through this to have less drama, better outcomes, a better future for you and your children? Because like you say, Dr. Angeline, these children have already been in an environment that wasn't necessarily healthy. and how can we help them in the future, and also model in cases, especially where there's abuse, model what is appropriate isn't the word, but what should be acceptable as a way of treating and respecting others. And it's very difficult. I lay zero blame on anybody who has been a victim or is a victim or thinks they might even be a victim of abuse. It's not easy to just leave. And that's where I'm so impressed with so many of the resources that are available. There's many different resources that can help people, but on my website, there is a quiz on the home page called Is This Abuse? Because a lot of people aren't even sure. They've grown up with it, or they just, it's been insidious. It's just kind of been like the frog in the kettle. I don't know if you've heard that analogy, where there are frogs in a kettle of water and it feels comfortable, and then the heat starts getting turned up and it doesn't realize, it just feels just warmer, and then it's too warm and it's dead, or severely damaged. But that's how abuse can be. You don't necessarily, if there isn't physical, people often think, okay, well, once it's physical, then I'm going to know. But it's very damaging even if it isn't physical, and there's many forms of it, spiritual, financial, emotional, psychological, religious. There's many forms of abuse that are destructive, and people are sometimes unaware of it. And what I find is, in general, people tend to go, well, if they don't know they're being abused, it can't be that bad, right? No, it's maybe a norm they've grown up with or whatever. So I do have a quiz there that people can do. It's completely confidential, and they can just say, well, here's some things I'm experiencing. They answer yes, no, and it'll kind of give them some feedback on what they might be living. Because, as I was saying, those children are also in those environments, and they're learning that this is how relationships work, or this is, what you do as a partner, and then that can perpetuate itself in generations to come, and often does. So we really also need to be more compassionate and curious. And that is some of my biggest messages that I talk about is be curious, not judgmental. Realize that things aren't always as they appear, and that everybody has a story. So how can you be curious with compassion? When, for example, I'm just going to keep using this abuse as an example, or divorce, or whatever it might be, mental health, any struggle people are having, because I talk about a lot of different life changes with my work. They have, at the point that you hear their story, they have already had to reconcile in their own mind and recognize what they're experiencing and where they need help. Now they come to someone like a friend or an acquaintance or a service provider and say, hey, I think I need help. I think I'm struggling with whatever. And they get hit then with questions very frequently that they have finally been able to reconcile. And then someone else will go, well, are you sure it's abuse? Or, well, why don't you just leave? And how come you stayed so long? And why don't you just do this or that or the other thing? Instead of with compassion and curiosity, say, like, that's the wrong kind of curiosity. That is re-traumatizing. That is not helpful. So if I really encourage people to do it in a non-judgmental way. It's like, what would help you the most right now? Where could I help you? Who do you think would be someone that I could connect you with? What type of service are you looking for? And it's just amazing how it can then open up those conversations and create some change in that person's life with the support that they need. So that's what I usually say when I get up on my soapbox. So yeah, just be curious about people's stories and where you might be able to reach in and help them.
Yeah, I also appreciate so much your sharing of the message of how violence isn't always physical. I really, really, really appreciate that. I had to actually, and you made me think about in school, in grad school, some of the stuff that we were experiencing. And I kept saying, this is violence. And they kept saying, no, and you need to stop saying that. And I was like, no, I'm not going to stop saying that. This is violence. And then they would say, well, you can talk about it, but you can't say the person's name. And I was like, now this is almost like you're teaching us as students that domestic violence is okay. Because really, you're telling us we could talk about how we're being abused, but we can't say the name of the abuser. That's a form of domestic violence that you are now infiltrating. And then how much more trauma as you, the professor, causing upon the student, right? So when I heard you say that, you were already all right in my book, Deena, because I was like, yes, girl, there are so many more forms of violence that we're not recognizing and how they're happening to us and causing more trauma.
Exactly. And the way you're describing that, Dr. Angeline, is actually protecting the perpetrator.
Yes.
Not the victim.
Yes.
And not only protecting the perpetrator, but protecting them to perpetrate again.
Yes.
And again.
Yes.
And we've seen those histories in a lot of different ways through the years. And it's starting to be, it's starting to come out, and people are feeling safer to speak up, which is great. Like, there is change happening, but there is literally an epidemic. And, it's been declared an epidemic in some cities and communities, and they recognize that this is very damaging and it's far more prevalent than we realize. And that's just of what is reported. There's a lot that hasn't been reported, but yeah, so that's some of the work I do. That's where a lot of my passion lies. I don't know if we want to, really stay on this line of thought. I'm more than happy to, but maybe there's other questions that you have for me, Laura, or other directions you'd like this to go.
Well, I always have questions and I always have directions. In my head, it's just kind of like, oh, where do I want to go right now? And it's like 10 lollipops in front of me and I have to just choose one. I don't want to. I do want to come to the other side of things. This is amplifying your message. We want to know about the ways that you amplify your message. But for you, since you've heard a lot of that yesterday, I want to tweak it just a little bit into that dream way of sharing your message. I want to know what would be crazy cool to happen for you, Deena, in your picture perfect or absolutely lovely way to share your message.
Well, I want to write my memoir. That's the next book.
Okay.
And that will then open even more reasons to speak. I want to speak in front of huge audiences in many ways, live on stage.
Huge. I'm going to stop you just for a second.
Yeah.
Give us some sort of some people think 50 is huge.
Oh,
so
no.
I've already
spoke to like 300 or something, I think was probably one of the, probably that was one of the bigger ones.
Okay,
I'm talking
gymnasium full?
Oh no, like I'm talking
what?
Multiple thousands, like
stadium full?
Stadiums, yes.
Oh, you're my kind of gal.
So obviously TEDx's would be amazing. And these huge stages or small stages or intimate, like that's fine. Anywhere that there's people interested and engaged and wanting to really make change, be inspired, and not just around abuse, but this being curious and creating compassionate communities. I want to finish my memoir because that will also open a lot of that. And it will, I don't know for sure what it'll be called, but it'll be somewhere along the line of Recovering Invisible Woman, Sunshine, Skeletons, Skeletons, Scars, and Sunshine. Skeleton, Scars, and Sunshine. That's what it is. Yes. And
I have a friend I want to send that to right now, and I don't even know what your book is about.
Just about me. It'll be about all the things. There's been some crazy stuff that's gone on. I would also love, besides live stages, would be hosting a viral podcast. I have a podcast now, not viral, but I would love one that's just like big, has a major sponsor, and maybe host my own TV show.
But didn't you mention that you were doing a TV
Talk show.
Oh, talk
it's a
show.
video.
Oh.
It's a video. It's a talk show. Yeah, plus my podcast.
So not TV.
But it's live on Facebook. It's not on TV. Well, Rogers TV is picking up. Like they're broadcasting my podcast, that kind of thing. But you know, not an actual like Oprah show. I'm like, Oprah, look out, here I come.
Would you want to do like an Oprah style show?
Yes.
Okay, universe. Deena would like to be on some Oprah style show.
Especially the big giveaways. I realized yesterday when we were having the birthday show on The Shift Happens that we got talking about it. And my co-host, Carrie, says, I think you possibly have a birthday fetish, which is like whatever. But I do love to celebrate people. And I would love to do those giveaway shows and find excuses all the time to be doing those types of things. So I think that would be really fun. But I have an idea too of, you know, and if somebody steals it and does it, whatever. I want to do a podcast called The Curious Canuck because I am a Canadian. And I want to travel across the country, just meet interested, have people say, hey, you need to meet this person. You need to talk to this person. You need to, like, here would be a fun person, or here's some interesting history, and just do that. So that's kind of on my radar at some point.
Okay, so what part of Canada? You're in Alberta, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. So if we went to our edges and then met in the middle.
I love that, Laura.
Because I want to start a podcast and it's going to be something about courage, connection, curiosity, something like that. But I also don't really identify with hockey, so I wouldn't use the connect part.
Well, I'm
but
not a Canucks fan. I'm an Oilers fan, but I'm a Canuck, so we are Canadian. Yeah. That's just a maybe that's way back in the day that it was that was known. Maybe people don't know that Canuck means Canadian nickname.
Well, we do as Canadians.
We do, yeah.
Well, I didn't as a United States.
You didn't? Oh, you learned something, Dr. Angeline.
Yes, I did.
So then, okay, let's take this dream of the speaking and the writing. Did you always want to be a speaker and writer, or was there ever a time where that just did not feel like you at all?
Always wanted to be a writer. I've always been an avid reader, and at different times in my life, like as a child when I was reading, I knew I wanted to write. When I was a mom with young kids, I was like, these books are crap for the most part. I want to write my own. And then I started a blog a few years ago, and that progressed into writing and publishing some of my own books. So I've always wanted to do that. The speaking has evolved. I've always been comfortable to get up and speak. Speaking about myself, though, is a different thing than just getting up and speaking. And I think it started as a kid. My parents, way back in grade 1, I had a teacher that said, this girl is bored, maybe try, offering her other things like music, maybe. So my parents said, okay, what would you like to play? Randomly out of my head, I said violin. Nobody I knew played a violin. My dad had one. He bought at an auction in some box of random crap. And he tried playing it once and my baby brother screamed his head off. So he put it away. And they found an older gentleman to teach me that. Then I learned to do that. So then I would perform at music festivals or wherever. So I was getting comfortable being in front of people doing something, right? And I think that helped. It went a long way to helping me be comfortable on stages or in front of people. And then as I realized there's things I want to say, there's change I want to create, I thought, well, maybe I'll be a life coach or a personal, a women's empowerment coach. But I want to talk to more people than one-on-one. So how am I going to do that? That involves speaking. The best way to impact and inspire people is to share my own pieces of my own self, my own story. So then it has evolved to where speaking, I love it. And it's really funny because some people have said, how come you're not nervous when you go up there? And it's not that I'm never nervous. We all have some nervous times, but I came from a nursing background. So before I started a family, I was a nurse, and I just look out into the crowd and I see humans. Mm-hmm. I've helped not the people in my crowd necessarily, but I've wiped people's butts. I've helped them puke. I've given them baths. Humans are humans. We're all human at a human level. And that's who I see. I don't tend to be intimidated or overwhelmed by, oh, but that person is like, they're so important and they're so famous and they're so rich or successful, or they're so this and I'm not that I'm intimidated and I'm nervous and I'm scared. Obviously, we still get some of that. I'm not totally immune to that. Mm-hmm. But I think if I really come down to that human level and say, they're all humans out there. They all are struggling with different things. They're all celebrating different things. And I'm curious who they are and what's going on with them. And so I'm up here. I'm honored that they want to hear what I have to say. So I'm going to try and do that to the best of my ability. And that is then why the speaking intrigues me, because it hasn't been a huge intimidation, which I guess it is a big fear, one of the biggest fears people have.
I was going to ask you about why you had the human in parentheses. So I'm glad that you
that's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah.
You brought some life to that. And would you ever think about even retreats?
Yes, it's been on my radar to host retreats. I haven't fully, I thought about the women's empowerment model, and then I thought everybody's doing that. Then I thought maybe more around abuse. And how about having a retreat for people who are caregivers, part of these organizations that are supporting families going through abuse? It's exhausting work. It is heavy, heavy work. And maybe have retreats where they can come and just, do a little bit of debriefing, do some recharging, some rejuvenating, but also a way to network amongst each other. And, how can we support each other's work to lighten the load and be more effective? So that maybe will be the future that I would do. I've also started co-hosting some mastermind mixers. So a lot of the feedback I've received from clients is, and that was part of the goal I had, was to create a network, an extensive network of referral partners amongst them, because they can serve people in this way, but what if they have a client or somebody they care about that needs help in other areas? And so to create that opportunity for a referral partner network, I've started co-hosting mastermind mixers. So we actually get together, we have one tonight, and we share with each other, here's my goal. I maybe have this challenge, throw ideas at me, and everybody gets a turn. We throw a bunch of ideas at each other. We say, who could I connect you with? What do you need that we already have that we could help you with? And we all leave inspired. We have action ideas, and we also have met more people that could be part of our referral base. So that's some of the ways that I hopefully can support people. And it's like a mini retreat because it only lasts a couple hours, but it could turn into a 2 or 3 day retreat, potentially.
I've been thinking about doing retreats too, but a different type of model. I don't want a retreat that's like, we're going to have this intention of going and learning from this one person. What I really want to do is I want to take like 4 people, ladies or not, doesn't really matter, that I feel really close to, and just go, where do you want to go for at least 4 days? And then we go over there. And then when we're over there, the whole intention is to go, what do you need right now? Do you need personal support? Okay, let's talk about personal support. Do you need business support? Okay, let's pool our minds together in business. Do you need health support? We'll talk about that too. And just be there for each other, sharing our expertise with zero money involved, zero borders to what we're sharing, just giving it all in that moment. It. And then your costs are down and you get to be with people that you enjoy. Like, I don't need to spend $10,000 on a retreat. I can literally go to an Airbnb with 4 friends and just spend 4 days getting messy with each other.
I think I'm going to have to try that just on my own, like not market it. Just, I love that. Yeah. Just think of 3 or 4 people I want to spend.
I'm already planning one for June.
Good job, Laura.
I also want to do one by myself for my birthday. I'm turning 40 in January, and my 39th birthday did not turn out very well. So I'm like, screw it. I want to be by myself for my 40th and figure out who I am.
Good.
I love it. You're going to have a ball.
Yeah. I want a tiny little cabin in the woods with a fireplace so I could just sit there and not freeze in the middle of January. With like my little journal and notebook, maybe a camera selfie, record me crying all the stuff. It would be so much fun. Deena, I want to make sure that we know where to find you and your favorite way to communicate.
Ooh, I'm in a lot of places. You can actually just Google Deena Kordt, Kordt. It sounds like the court of law. I have deenakordt.com. I have divorcemagazinecanada.com or lifechangesmag.com, goes the same place. I am on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and I would love it if people wanted to DM me on any of those socials. That's probably the best way. And or you can email me at hello@lifechangesmag.com.
Nice. So then I also like to hold space, as you know, at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your head or in your heart that you need to share. What would you like to share?
I think what I mentioned earlier is to know that you are not alone. No matter how alone you feel, there are people who care and do genuinely want to help. Please don't be afraid to ask. And also that things are not always as they appear. Everybody has a story. Please be curious versus judgmental and have compassion. Reach in. We often hear, and I do encourage people to reach out, but I encourage people even more to reach in when you do feel that you have a concern, or you listen to those instincts, those invitations. If you feel intrigued about something, listen to that instinct. Check it out. And it might be something that will change your life or change someone else's life. And it isn't always just a protective. Instincts aren't just for protecting you. They're also for inviting you to live your life more fully. So again, on that reach in, it means reach in for opportunities that you're interested about, but reach into if you see someone that you care about or are concerned about. And don't be afraid of where that conversation might go, because there's a reason that you feel drawn to reach in, and you can be that help for someone.
Awesome. I want to say thank you, Deena, for being here with us and sharing your heart and your expertise with us.
Thank you for the invitation. It's
You're
been
welcome.
a pleasure.
So what I'm going to do now, go ahead, Dr.
I was just going to say congratulations in advance on all your future dreams.
Thank you, Dr. Angeline. That was beautiful.
Yes.
So I will officially, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say that put some huge abundance energy towards it. So thank you.
Are we good? Okay. So now I officially end your interview, but what we're going to do is you get to be a part of the end goodbye to people. And Daylee was hanging out backstage. So give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us on stage. What I like to do at the very end of the day is to just recap some of our favorite insights. So if you have something that you really loved from today, I'd love to hear it. So Deena, you were our last interviewee, so we tend to start with you. What is something that stood out to you today that you just want to remind people of?
Ooh, community. So I think connection in communities is so important in many ways. And we do hear about how the village takes a village. It takes a village in many ways. And it isn't just for the children. I think we never outgrow that. And so I love the community that is here with bLU Talks, phenomenal people that are here that we can reach out to, reach into, invite them to be part of our circle and our lives and our own communities. So not only really embrace the community that's here, but invite some of the people from our other communities to be part of it. And that's what got me here. So I have so much gratitude for that.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Deena. And I'm glad you're here too. Lovely soul. Daylee, what about you? What is something that stood out to you today with everything that you've heard or seen?
Well, I see the thread running between us of our spirit, our intensity to want to share our gifts with others and help. We all are here to help each other, and this is the community I've been looking for. And I've spent years to find a community like this. As you know, I probably went to 4 boot camps before I finally decided to be part of maybe 5, part of Blue Talks. And it was Rosalind that got me involved. Rosalind's in Edmonton. I don't know where you are, Deena. Are you in Edmonton?
Red Deer.
Or Red Deer. You're halfway between us. So, and what I love about everyone in Blue Talks is they've all got very important gifts and topics to talk about that are not being talked about enough, that are part of our news. If you turn it on, there you go. It's another breakdown. That's the only thing that gets into the news is the breakdowns. But what can we do to support each other to change the way news appears? You know, how can we be so connected with each other that your gifts can help someone that I know, and my gifts can help someone you know, and we can interchange and create the kind of community that's filled with love and connection and change the way the world is. So we have that opportunity here because this community has that skill and those talents to do that.
Thank you, Daylee. And I'm just going to accept on the behalf of Corey. Thank you so much.
What, synchronicities?
Yes.
Yes. So what about you, Dr. Angeline? What was something that stood out to you today? And it was a lot.
Yeah, right. I think for me, that one common thread that I heard from every story was the necessity of going inward in order to create your outward. And whatever that outward is, whatever that outward looks like, and that where the world will tell you that sometimes that outward is brokenness, even if it is brokenness, it's your beginning to putting the pieces back together and to recognizing that you're not alone. And your story 9 times out of 10 will be somebody else's story. So again, then it goes back to Deena's word, community. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember which one it was. I actually don't remember which person it was. I remember when we were talking about worthiness, how I finally had the realization that it's my inner 8-year-old after decades of me trying to talk to her and get to know her a little bit, that's the part that's connected to this whole journey of worthiness that I've been going through, where I don't recognize who I used to be.
That's right.
It feels like your 8-year-old is like, I'm here, I'm ready to talk now. And I can't tell you how many times I've tried to talk to her before.
So that was our very first interview.
That was our very first one?
Yeah.
Oh, with Lavia, yes.
That was our very first interview.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
That was a big one for me today. Yeah. I want to thank all of you for being here with me. I love that we have 4 of us at the end instead of the 3. That's extra fun because then we get even more insights. So thank you, Daylee, for being a guest. Thank you, Deena, for being a guest today and co-host earlier this week. Thank you, Dr. Angeline, for being my co-host today and being so engaging and asking questions.
Thank you for the privilege and the opportunity.
Yeah, absolute delight. So I will remind people that we are back again tomorrow for day 5, which is good because I think my butt is getting really sore from sitting in the chair for so long. Tomorrow we're back for day 5 of Blue Talks Amplify Your Message, where we do talk about not just your message and not just how to share your message, but about the human beings behind the business, behind the message. And I think that's really what Blue Talks embodies is the business, the life, and universe, how it's all one. You, your business, your expression of your business, it's all one. We love that. We want to share that. So thank you to everyone. We will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow Eastern, and we go until 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Same bad time, same bad channel. We will see you tomorrow. So I'm sending love. Mwah! Bye, everyone. And then I sing and dance as I click the end stream button.